Monday, March 20th, and this is the Hendrick Hudson Board of Education meeting. Can I have a motion to open the meeting?
So moved.
Can I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? All right, the Hendrick Hudson School District Board of Education is going to convene for the purpose of collective negotiations under the Taylor Law, medical, financial, credit, or employment history of a particular person or corporation, or matters leading to the appointment or employment history of a particular person or corporation, or matters leading to the appointment or employment or promotion or demotion or discipline or suspension or removal of a particular person or corporation. Can I have a motion to move into exec?
Jeremy?
Yeah.
This is exec?
No, we're gonna go, I guess.
Oh, okay, I'm
Can
sorry.
I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Good evening. Today is Monday, March 20th, and this is the Hendrick Hudson Board of Education meeting work session. The board has just returned from executive session, and we are going to move into our public portion of the meeting. Can I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Can I have a second? All in favor? Okay, before the board gets into our work session this evening, I just want to make sure that I address all of you that have come to watch. I think it's fantastic and wonderful. I just want to make sure that everyone knows that, not that it's ever appropriate, but tonight there's not to be any yelling, clapping, shouting, commenting. It's distracting, and we're really trying to work hard and work together to make some progress here. So thank you for being here tonight. Just please be respectful of the process, and that's it. Okay.
Start with the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, then we'll just get right. What we did was provide the board with a lot of data, a lot of outlines of different proposals. We tried to consider all of the ones that had been brought to our attention and not leave anything out, even if we thought one would work. And then we indicated to you on the summaries why they didn't work and tried to provide the data. For example, if one section would, or 2 or 3 classes would go over, and then we gave you the pluses and minuses, like things like if we don't have a particular room, then we would not have art in its own classroom. And so they're all in there, and it's up to you to make a choice. And what we would ask is that you try to get it narrowed down and eventually get to a point where either decide to either keep what we currently have or make a change. If there are any questions between us all, I think we've got Anika here for the business side of it, Margaret and Lisa, and myself for some of the other pieces. And maybe you want to just summarize some of what's on the data sheet for the.
I think what we should,
Is that what you want to do?
yep, I think what we should do is just move in order, and I'm gonna try to play moderator a little bit, because there's a lot of us, so making sure that everyone gets to ask the questions and that we move through the process well. I think we all received a lot of information, and I think it is important for Enrique to just touch on, kind of the state of the district in terms of, you know, what our goal was and where we're at, in terms of finances before we move into trying to solve for an array of things.
Thank you. When we started this process, the idea, or at least the idea that I thought was that we were going to save money. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. The cost went way above what we expected. Transportation costs are constantly increasing. Actually, my understanding is that next week we're going to add a couple of little routes so we can make some of those long rides a little bit shorter, and that obviously would cost money. We had to add several teachers that we didn't expect, either because the board approved them or because coming out of COVID. However, those costs didn't go, or we're not planning to get rid of them for next year. So from that standpoint, Princeton Plan has not only saved us, but it has cost us money. And I'm just talking about the money part because I'm the assistant superintendent for business. The cost between adding teaching assistants, not reducing enough teachers, and the transportation cost has added for this year close to, I'll say, $600,000 to $800,000. In addition, we have other costs that have nothing to do with Princeton Plan, but this year, the expenditure of the district has increased substantially compared to what we were expecting.
Enrique, can I just pause you for a second? I want to make sure that we're clear. So additional expenses incurred, I have instructional at $446,963. And I have transportation increase of $341,949, totaling $788,912.
Can you say that again?
Yep.
446,963 instructional and what?
And then transportation, $341,949. And the total is $788,912. Mind you, these numbers are from Friday evening. I don't know if there's been any changes, but,
That's correct.
okay. All right. So I think,
What does that number mean? I'm sorry.
okay,
Trying to
so
follow.
I compare the instructional budget from 21-22 to 22-23. And that's the difference. And I compare the transportation budget from 21-22 to 22-23. So,
Can I just ask one question?
Yeah.
Why aren't we comparing the year before? Because that's the COVID year where there were increases in teachers, right?
I'm
I don't
comparing
think
the
it's-
information I have. 21-22 was normal. 22-23 is printed.
So 21-22 is coming out of COVID.
No, it was normal.
I thought we had ESER
We had
teachers.
masks on, but
I thought we had extra teachers
Yeah.
away from COVID from 2021.
But
I-
that's my point. We never got rid of any
Thank
of
you.
the extra. That's why I said,
Right, that was what I
we
was-
never got rid of anything that went into that budget. The prior year stayed, and actually, special ed, we increased 3 teachers,
So that was not Princeton Plan, that was before Princeton Plan, is that correct?
yes.
Okay,
21,
so we did not reduce the so I'm not understanding how these
I'm-
numbers are comparative then.
I am just giving you the difference in cost from 21-22 to 22-23. We were hoping to see a savings, and there's not a savings.
No, there isn't, because you're not comparing to the right years, and we didn't reduce the things that we were supposed to reduce coming out of COVID.
Meaning you have extra teachers.
Right, you kept on the teachers that were supposed to, we should
Right,
have
because
gone
you were
back to the
supposed to-
1920 year, not we're comparing to the wrong year to determine whether we have
Okay, well,
savings.
this is the information, that's good.
I
But
understand, I'm just
But I
saying.
thought the ESSER money took care of that, because 5 of your teachers were paid for by ESSER money.
Okay.
But they were fine, but it's
But
still in
then
the big budget. They're still on
Right,
the,
it's still in the numbers.
So
They
that,
should have
that
been
means that
reduced.
everything that we have is completely inaccurate if we're compared to the wrong year, because everything that we've done is in comparison to
That is
21-22.
That's correct.
So then why are we here?
I'm asking the same question. Why are those numbers not correct? We keep asking for the right data. We're comparing to the wrong year now.
Why do you say we're comparing?
Because
wrong
we
year?
had
The
to-
prior year, it was impossible to compare because it was a COVID year.
correct.
Then we have to go to 2018-19.
But we didn't reduce all the
So
COVID increases in that year.
That's what we're saying.
We were supposed to have.
Yeah, but
But that's not due to the Princeton plan. That's because we didn't reduce the teachers.
Okay, that's fine, but that's the numbers that we're going from, so, okay, hold on, I have to do this, right? So we're saying that $341,949 was increase in transportation. And the instructional numbers, which is what you're questioning, is
Yes.
46,960.
Correct.
okay. So at the end of the day, we have to find out if, we don't know this, the 5 teachers, the 5 staff we held on to, would it have been the 5 staff we held on to? And can we decrease that now?
Right.
That's the
thank you.
question you're asking.
Yes, that's exactly it.
The 5 teachers, am I good, Greg? The 5 teachers that came out of ESSER money, only 1 was actually a new hire. The other 4 had their salaries offset from general budget. Remember, the advice that we got from the state and the feds was do not add people because people don't go away and the money will, and then it's your money. So there's 1 person that remains, and honestly, that person would have been cut in the move to Princeton plan had the board not said, don't cut 12 teachers, only cut 5.
So we're supposed to have cut 12 teachers with Princeton plan?
We're supposed to have cut
Yes.
14. 14
I thought it
was
was
the target.
14. That was the
14
target.
was
I
the
think
target.
it might have been 12 gen ed and 2 specialists. That's why I
Okay.
said it that way.
And
That's
can
why
you,
we get the savings.
What are,
so
Enrique,
if
what-
you cut them, would you still, we would realize the savings?
Which would bring us back up to our class caps.
Yeah.
Right, and that was the other thing that was offered, was that we didn't go to the class caps.
If we didn't go to the class caps because we were coming out of COVID.
Right.
We're out of
Yeah,
COVID.
no one disagreed
Yeah.
with that, but that was
So-
something
But
that
that's not
was.
really Princeton, that's our decision because of our coming out of COVID. I
But-
think that's what,
The policy's
In
26.
fairness,
But
let's,
we're down to
let's hold on a
24.
minute. The conversation, if memory is correct, was plus or minus $2 million. That was the number.
Yes.
Okay.
That's right.
We did not have as many cuts because we reduced class caps to make the transition more palatable for this year. Are we all on the same page there?
Because they were coming out of COVID.
It was
Right?
both. It was both.
And because of the Princeton plan, putting it together, right?
100%
Okay.
agree.
So we still were making cuts, and we were told that the revised savings would now be from 2 million to 1.1.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so forget whether we're comparing 5, 7, 9, 12. We should have recognized 1.1 million. Now,
Yes.
I will tell you that I disagree with that, always have. And when I do the comparison that I'm gonna mention here, it's the same thing. There are savings that would have been recognized to the tune of probably several $100,000, whether we replace the retired teachers or not, because the cost of replacement is much lower.
Yes.
That's where the 750
Yes.
roughly comes from when I did my math. So I'm not gonna borrow the higher number to make the point more dramatic. If we go with my roughly 750 is what we said on that sheet, when we subtract out the retirement costs from the October,
Yes.
right? We spent $1.5 million more than we were supposed to this year. Not 788. 788 is what we spent over zero, but we were supposed to be minus 750, assuming we didn't get rid of those other 5 teachers. So it's a $1.5 million swing through the implementation of the plan this year, accounting for the savings you didn't recognize by raising class caps. You didn't save 750, like we were told busing's net neutral, we're saving 1.1, but we acknowledge that's really 750. Don't use the 1.1, go to.
Well, so why are we going from 1.1? Because
Well, because
I'll
part
give
of the
you
savings was
because-
retirement replacement. You would have saved that delta whether you replaced those teachers or not, because the cost to replace them was lower. The higher paid teachers that left, whether the one that just didn't.
Correct. That's why I
Right.
thought we went from 2 million to 1.1.
No, you went 2 million to 1.1 by raising your class caps and not cutting the additional teachers, which is where your 1.1 comes from.
You mean reducing the
Yeah.
class
Yeah.
cap?
By reducing your class caps
Right.
and not reducing as many teachers as was originally
Yes.
projected.
Correct.
That's why you saved a projected 1.1, not the projected 2.
Correct.
But you
So-
didn't save the 1.1, it was
But we
really
should-
750, because you would have saved
This
the
is the
delta
argument, right.
if you replaced them anyway.
But the class caps were supposed to, the whole idea of reducing the class caps was to alleviate the COVID stress.
But you still
We
should
were
have saved
supposed to have
750.
gone back up
Right,
to the
yes.
regular
But
class
forget
caps,
that.
and we should have saved the 2 million.
You still should have saved 750 and you spent 800.
Yeah.
It's a $1.5 million swing even after you reaccount for all the adjustment. So the net result was your budget is currently a $1.5 million hole from what you anticipated with the holding on to the additional teachers.
So where is that? So we're saying that we spent 1.5 million more due to the Princeton plan, right? So I can understand transportation. Transportation, what was that? It was
It's
300.
$342,000.
Okay, $342,000. Princeton plan, 100%. I don't think there's any question that all of transportation's increased cost was Princeton.
Some of it was inflation, because that's it.
No, they equalized the distance to take that out.
Oh,
So
okay.
they looked at the cost per mile this year and it was based on miles driven equalized cost.
Yeah,
I already cleared that
Okay.
up.
Because even if it's a difference of, let's say, 6% inflation, it's not a material number.
I hadn't seen that.
So I'll give the whole transportation. For the staff costs, I'm not understanding the 1.2 million left in the swing.
Hold on, is there any, can any of you explain this so that we can have an understanding?
And I don't know the answer, I'm just going off the numbers. If the
Explain where the
instructional
staffing
cost is
is, because I think
446,963.
Seems to be a question.
The staff is there.
Yeah, but the staff is there, but where are they? Because in the
I don't
models,
think you're gonna figure out if it's
no.
due to Princeton.
Well,
per
what I'm
se or
saying
not.
is, if
It
we're
might be
looking,
high school, it might be.
no, but no.
No, this is
No.
elementary, Corey, this is only elementary.
Let me finish,
That's-
please. When we're looking at the stuff we have in front of us, when you're looking at the K1, 2, 3, 4, 5 configuration next year, we have additional costs at the lower class size, no change in teachers, adds 1 TA position.
Erica, look at the one that we just handed out.
I don't have it.
Which one did you just hand out?
We put it on your table.
Says revised.
There's two on my table, we're talking the spreadsheet.
This
Or the
revised.
blue. Thank you.
The summary.
This one?
The top with the blue. No, this.
I guess what we need to know is, I think what the biggest question here is to figure out this extra money is if we go back to class caps in next year's model, does that save us the money?
So if you go back to class caps in this model next year, you can reduce 4 sections.
Okay,
Why
wait,
not
I have-
14?
I have all of that from the information Margaret gave us. I have all of that pretty clear.
If you go to board policy, which is what you're talking, am I right?
Yes.
You're talking
Yes.
about-
Yes.
So this model that we're in right now, next year at board policy reduces 4 gen ed sections.
And 1 TA.
Say it
And
again,
1 TA.
and 1 TA.
So,
But why only?
okay, so
one TA?
can we go through?
It's the way it's calculated.
That's just for the cap, that's
Are
not
we
because
moving-
we
yeah, are we
should
moving forward
reduce more.
from-
We should reduce more.
But we hired 12.
I know.
We didn't
No,
hire
we didn't
12,
hire
we
12.
hired 3.
Okay,
That's not
Okay.
correct.
wait, what did you ask? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
That's not
So what I asked was,
We
How
hired
does-
17.
how does it work if we,
Yeah.
if we only, well, we need to, so wait, hold on,
You
ready?
need to figure that out.
Wait, hold on. We're ladies and gentlemen at the table. We may not like the words that we're hearing, but we still need to work together and we have to have the conversation. Because I've been asking the question, a lot of us have been asking, we still don't have all the answers. So I know it's frustrating, but I've been asking since July. I started emailing about it in August. It's March and it's still not clear. I'm not in control of the data and I still don't have the data that I've asked for. We need to be ladies and gentlemen and not mumble and talk under our breath. We cannot have a working session that way. It's impossible.
So what was the question? I didn't hear.
The
you.
question was, if we hired 14 TAs, or 17 TAs this year, and from what I understand, from our earlier conversations this year, 5 were for Lisa's department, which left us with net 12 increase of TAs. You guys told me 5 of them were supposed to cover this through the sub-budget at 140,000. If you go back to that presentation that you guys all contributed to when we started asking about the cost of Princeton plan in the first place, we acknowledged that there was 17 then. Now we're being told it's only 3. I don't, so we'll get there, but I'd like to get a better understanding
I
of where
have a
they
chart
are.
right in front of me from Fran Dodoro. As of 6/21/2020, we had 73 teaching assistants. 6/1/2021, we had 66. 6/1/2022, we had 76. 9/1/22, we had 81. 3/8/23, we have 79. So there's no 17 in there anywhere. So we go from
Yeah.
Wait,
76
Is
in
this-
22. We go from 76, and then that's June of 22. September of 22, 5 were hired from June to September. And then September of 22 to 3/8, the day it was run, there is 2 less than there were in September.
the first date that you mentioned was when?
June 1st, 2020.
And June 1st, 2020, does that TA count for elementary only?
No, this is the TAs in the district.
Right. So I'm curious what the elementary TA count was and what the elementary TA count is now.
Gen ed.
Gen Ed,
We
Yeah,
need
because
gen
the
ed.
high school doesn't matter, and if I remember right, we took TAs from the high school and the middle school to help out in the elementary schools during COVID, yes?
Yes.
And special ed is also tied to IEPs.
We did? Wait, we did?
I didn't.
We hired in 2020 for 1 year only, 17 teachers that were teaching assistants that were supposed to be out of the budget for the following year. It was a 1 year hire, and it was told to absolutely every teaching assistant that took those jobs that this was going to be for a 1 year only.
I can't answer that question. I can only give you the data that was
Sure.
given to me from HR.
So here's
So
what
this
I
is
asked
a
for,
First of
so
all,
HR's
teaching
is
assistants,
Margaret, right?
Well,
It's
from
my,
HR at the time.
No.
But you're HR now, so you provided the data
Yeah,
from.
I can share this with you
Yeah,
right
yeah.
now.
So-
You can actually, it has people's names in it. Does that matter?
Not to
Not
us.
for me. So here's what I would like, and if anyone here doesn't think this is an appropriate ask, tell me please. I would like to know on September 1st, 2019, every TA who was in every building and who they were working with, if directly with a teacher or not. And I would like the next on September 1st, 2020.
I missed the first part. I'm
I got
sorry.
it, I got it.
2019.
Same thing.
Pre-COVID.
Pre-COVID 2019, how many TAs per building,
It's a good ask.
right? The amount of confusion here and the need to in March articulate another ask for the number of TAs is insane. It's not I'm not blaming you at all.
I don't feel that you're blaming.
I wanna
me.
be
feel like
clear.
we keep
Do you want
providing
this
the
for every-
information, but
Well,
we
No,
all-
you wanna know what it is?
that's
It's
not
because
the
we keep
information.
talking about the TA count for the district, and I think it's important to see it for elementary.
We're only talking elementary.
So
But I
if
think-
we see that there was, you know,
Elementary.
a shift of 10
Well-
TAs in elementary, that will help,
Dr.
or we
Laurel,
won't see, whatever.
while elementary would be important,
You want the whole.
Yes.
we either need the whole thing because it would indicate if there was 10 TAs in the high school in September 2019 and now there's 4, and Margaret indicated that she had no idea that TAs were pulled from the high school to go to another building, that would be problematic in capacity.
And I-
But it would also clarify a rumor. If that didn't happen, then I would like the clarity to know that that's not at all what happened. So we can kind of wrap our arms around this and put it to bed. It is crazy that we're all,
Yes.
and these ladies have a ton to do. It's the end of the year. They have to prepare and to keep doing the same thing. And for us to still not have clarity, it's a little bit
So-
embarrassing.
So wait, do you want this for 2019, 2020, 2021,
2022, right?
2020, and then today?
You have a
Sure.
chart, right?
I'm just
Yeah.
asking, so we make sure we
Yeah.
have everything we want.
I think everybody would be able to
I
get
would
some
love to see
clarity
it
here.
visually, like I'd love to see a graph, right? I think it would help.
I think the most frustrating,
It's a bar graph.
Yeah.
One of them is a bar graph, but it's everybody, because no one has ever asked me for just one level or another. So it's every person, because remember, at the end of each year, I may not need 4 up here, but I need 3 down here. So they're going to move.
Does special ed really need to be part of it? Because
Not if they're not part of the 70 some odd numbers that we're counting here, right? So
They are though.
We can,
They are.
we can pull them out,
show that.
except
I
that
think you
some
could
of
say
them
total
are
instead.
coded.
Right, well, that's the other problem. Every summer we recode them and they're never corrected, right? So that's a problem.
Can I
So one of the things that I think we could do is we can do, we can work with Fran tomorrow, well, you can, and, like how I have a busy day tomorrow, and we can, do elementary, we could do middle school, high school, and then you could do special ed. So you have 4 different subgroups to see, and we could then put them by buildings
for each year.
for each year.
I just want to recalibrate the objective of what we're asking for. We're trying to figure out we're trying to figure out based on the costs that we're saying is projected,
Yeah.
right? How much of that was due to the Princeton plan? Or was it due to the TAs being hired during COVID and not being laid off, right? It might not be
Sunset, right.
Princeton plan related. And that's my concern is, are we counting those numbers into the overall costs and or savings when it's not directly related to grade banding? Right? And I'm gonna call it grade banding more than Princeton.
well, it is.
Yeah.
Because we knew that we were going to Princeton plan. And if we still didn't say we're hiring 17 people for 1 year because we're coming out of COVID, and we kept those 17 people, then it's related to what happened in elementary school the following year.
So if it is needed because of Princeton, if it's needed because of grade banding, then yes, but I would,
Well, it's-
Margaret and Lisa have to answer that question. Were these aides TAs kept on because of COVID and they just weren't laid off and they were just moved? Or is it because there was a specific need due to grade banding and we would have hired these people anyway? Right, that's what I'm looking for. Would we have hired 17 more TAs because we went to grade banding, if COVID never happened?
So my question is, why can't we even agree how many human beings there were? Why is Enrique saying 17, you guys are giving us a different number? What is wrong with our, is
They're not
it,
agreeing on the delta. They all know how many employees were.
but it's data, how can the numbers not be the numbers? That's what I don't understand.
And it can't be 3. I think at the end of the day, we already agreed it's 5 at minimum, right? Because of pre-K. That was something that we came up with. But I know that in September, right, we had, if you go back to board docs, there was a laundry list of TAs.
This
that we
summer.
hired. Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, a laundry list. So did we just renew them?
You had a couple things that happened. So you had people accepted the job and our pay for TAs is less than poverty. So they take the job and then they take a job down county where they were getting about $20,000 more. So you had people that were coming and going and never stepped foot in the building. So I think that was a problem when numbers were run. But this is directly from, I don't know what Fran uses, Envisions, and that has all the staffing. So these numbers are the real numbers as of 3/8/23. That's the one I just sent to Alexis. And that's based on us recoding them every summer. Fran and I sit and we recode. What that means is if you're not a special ed person, like I had 4 or 5 people in special ed that weren't mine. So I put them in the right, Fran and Margaret will put them in the right code. And then the business office has to recode them to those codes. So I can only tell you my data based on what Fran and I worked on, and she is the master of all of this. Now, whatever happens after she gives it to the business office, I don't know.
So the building count's gonna help us,
Yeah, that's what.
right? I mean,
wanna
then it's all over with. Everyone's gonna know, the principals can confirm it. I mean, this is like what should have happened when the first email went out in August.
I think in all fairness, we really were presented this information. And that's why it's in our minds. So we definitely are asking because we're so confused by the information that we've received throughout the course of the year. So I think it'll kind of stop the bleed essentially once we get this back. Okay, so we clearly are all aware.
More confused than we were when we sat
We're
down.
all still confused, but we're all aware that there is possible there is added expenses.
So yes, so if there is added expenses, no matter what that number is, my next question, it maybe doesn't help us move to answering the big question tonight, but overall, I think we need to examine, like, why did it happen? Is it a problem going from HR to the business office? When did you realize that there was a problem as an admin team? Obviously, we're going over budget. Why was that not communicated to us here at the board table? We've been asking, like Jeremy said, since August. Alexis and I sat down with Mr. Hochreiter and Enrique in October, and we're having the same conversations and we're not moving forward. So I think we need to really examine the process, because something's not working correctly, that we can't get answers when it's data and numbers, and it shouldn't be this hard.
I just have a quick question. Why is it only 4 teachers when it was presented as 14, when you go to the Princeton plan model?
I don't know what happens.
Can you
So-
clarify a little bit?
If we're going to the Princeton plan model, you said, and we go to class caps, you can eliminate 4 teaching positions and 1 TA position.
Yep.
But when it was presented to the public, it was presented as 14 teaching positions.
Mixing apples and oranges. So the very first presentation that was made in February of '22 showed potential reductions of 12 classroom teachers at cap. We also showed them that if we step down from cap, that would be 7 teachers would be let go. We also showed them that there were a potential single special area teacher that could be let go. By the time we got to the June presentation, where did the June presentation go? Did I lose it? Here it is. We were given all that information. Let's lower the class size. Anyway, we got down to a net of 5 elementary teachers that were let go. And the special area folks compensated. There was a retirement that got filled by a position that would have been cut. That's the music position. A reading teacher stepped down and took one of the library positions, so that reading teacher position didn't get cut. So,
But I'm still not understanding why the potential was so high and it
I just-
even,
I just,
but didn't your enrollment go down?
if my enrollment go up, I would have to look at this enrollment.
We did eliminate positions last year.
Seven. There's seven
Coming
fewer
into this-
teachers, right?
Into this year, we let go of 5 gen ed classroom teachers.
Okay.
But we went from a potential of 12 gen ed classroom teachers to 5 classroom teachers. The 4 that you're talking about is next year, if you
Okay.
stayed in this model and you went back to policy size, which means your classes go up,
Right.
we could reduce 4 sections.
That would be a
And then
total of 9.
And then I
Yes.
think it's 2
Why not
more
12?
because you're counting UPK in this, which wouldn't really be in the number.
Correct, that saved
that's 2 more.
two positions.
Right,
So the 5 is really 7 this year.
right, but the 4 for next year would really be,
11. It would be 11 instead
so I
of
just wanna make
12,
sure, sorry.
but I
I
thought it
didn't
was
realize
14.
that.
Okay.
So it's
No,
11,
no.
not 14.
Okay.
The potential to reduce 14 was never possible.
The potential to reduce 14 at one time included special area people.
Which is like art.
It might have even included a special ed teacher.
But the truth is, well, we can get to that.
Okay.
No.
We need more for art and music.
That cannot be because Lisa asked for 2 more positions for this year. Since I met with her in December. So how can you say that that could have been a reduction in special ed?
Might have been, because at one time, we were including sped in the category that we created at the bottom of that presentation, and then we took it off.
And you were thinking about, because I don't remember ever hearing about that in the presentations when I watched the videos.
What?
You were thinking about eliminating some special teachers, like in the beginning?
Music was one of
Well,
them.
music is
Music
one.
and reading were both scheduled to be reduced.
Okay.
But a reading teacher went somewhere else,
The
right?
reading teacher went into the library STEM position, and the music teacher took
I'm just trying to,
Claude's retirement.
thank you.
So do you wanna, should we move into each model, each option? Is that
Yeah, you
the
can
best
do
way
that
to do it? So the first one is, what we're in now, right?
Yep.
So I've synthesized, and I can read through them.
Wait, can I ask one more question? I'm sorry.
Yes. Just kidding.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm trying to understand. The reading teacher was the Horizons teacher?
No, was a reading teacher.
Okay. So when did we get rid of Horizons?
When we went into COVID, everybody went back into a classroom position, and she never came out.
Okay, so we no longer have that enrichment opportunity?
I don't think in the original Princeton plan, when we got the numbers, Horizons was already gone.
Yes.
It was gone.
Right.
It was eliminated with
She went
Princeton.
into a classroom. and-
Princeton eliminated it before COVID eliminated it.
Yes, exactly.
So
We
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 reduced
had intentions
enrichment
of doing
opportunity.
something at some point in time, but she went into a classroom position
It had been
and
reduced.
chose not to.
It real, honestly though, it had really been reduced because it became what, Horizons got totally changed around and there, we could sit there, we could
Yeah.
sit here forever and discuss what that model, what it
Can you
was,
just,
what it became.
Yeah, so people at home know, because
Okay.
I'm
so
thinking
Hori-
it's the gifted and
It
talented.
is, it is,
There you
but what it morphed into from when we had, it used to be a full pull-out program, I think 2nd grade up to 5th grade in the elementary school. It was a push-in and pull-out model. Then by the time, I think we got to 2013 or 14, maybe a little before that, we were, it was 4th and 5th graders, and there was a test for them to test into it, and the school had like a number. Whatever you had to score on that test to get into that program, those kids were then pulled out. The 4th graders and 5th graders, they were doing ELA, they were doing math separately. And then the 5th graders are doing a research project, okay? Then in 2020 or 2021, nope, 2018, we completely changed Horizons and we made a win block. So you had to test into it at a certain benchmark and the grouping of the gifted and talented group got really small based on the testing. But then we were able to provide every child with the WIN block where they were seeing the Horizons teacher for, I think, 2 weeks. It was some kind of program for 2 weeks. So every single student in elementary from K to 5 saw her for a shorter amount of time, and then a smaller group of kids was getting Horizons, as it was before. Am I not right?
Roughly, I think it was a 6-week cycle for enrichment for all, and the principals would set up the groups.
What's a WIN block?
What I need. So, and they were specialized, so the teachers would actually sit, we're gonna do Mrs. Haviland's gonna do a math WIN block. And the teachers recommended the students in their class that could use that. I think like there's an ELA blocks, then there was vocabulary exploratory blocks. And it was to give the children that had interest, the teachers chose them as interest, and then they went into those blocks. And I think it was only like that for a year or two,
Because then COVID happened.
and then COVID happened.
And we never put them back.
Thanks. Thank you, Erica. All right, so let's move to option 1, and I'm gonna read through the benefits and any negatives that are presented from the administration. This is not my opinion, this is what's been given to us.
And we can flush it out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I just wanna make sure that everyone knows I'm not telling you what this is what I've been given. So benefits from the current model, which is K1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Grade level together, which allows for collaboration. Principal becomes an expert in those specific grades. Students meet different or more children than they would if separated by neighborhood. Professional development becomes targeted. Specials are targeted. Special education is more accessible. Balanced class sizes. More heterogeneity in class makeup. Less need to create a section based on enrollment changes, and less traveling staff. Cited negatives would be time on bus for students, multiple transitions, and complicates parent pickup. Yep,
I think we need to add to the,
I'm gonna make a list of what
Okay.
we add, but that is what was on the information that we were given.
We
okay,
don't have
so
printouts of that.
can we add, because I think it's important, and I think we missed it here. For families, and every family that goes through us now has to know 3 nurses, 3 principals,
Yep.
so that's a con, it's one of our, that should be listed.
Yeah.
It's if you pick up listed, then that should be.
Yes.
Coordination.
Do you mean that in the context of having 3 kids in school at the same
No,
time?
I
Or just
don't.
as they transition
As they
from school,
transition.
they just have to learn who the
Okay.
main contacts are?
Okay.
No, it's not just about learning, right?
Change
It's
the
a
relationship.
I don't want your-
personnel.
It's an ever-changing, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, just that.
that's what I was.
This is the presentation.
Like your kid has a peanut allergy in kindergarten, then you have to repeat that to all, it carries.
You have to recreate those relationships every year.
Yes,
Yes.
Or every year.
every other, yeah.
You ever get the PTA enrollment,
The numbers?
like
Parent involvement.
parent involvement?
No, nor cultural enrichment versus what we were before to what we are now.
How about learning loss in these transitions?
So, yes, I have a source that says PTA involvement is down, but it's a trusted source.
We need to clean that up.
Can I just, yeah,
Yeah.
can I ask that we not use conjecture and we use evidential data and
Yeah.
not say what we heard?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
So wait, what's the ask of the PTA? So we can
We've,
get that.
we've asked that numerous times before, so I just want to make sure we get it, because parental engagement, I don't care how much money you put into schools, that's number 1. So if parent engagement goes down, your test scores and everything else is going to go down, because that's number 1.
And the opposite, if this improves it, that's a benefit, right?
That's a
And it showed
huge
it
benefit.
encouraged new parental participation and excitement around this one hand HUD concept, and that's great, and we should celebrate it if that happens.
If we do get that data, I don't know who would get us that data, I would love to see not just parents who've signed up for the PTA, but those who actually attend.
Yeah, participate.
Because I think that
Yeah.
that's a big difference, because there are a lot of parents that give the money, but don't show up.
Yeah,
They
but
don't
you're the
do-
volunteerism, because they do the sign up genius.
Correct.
You
If
have
there's a
that,
way to get that data,
I'm
I
sure
would
they
love
still
that.
do class parents, right? If you get the volunteers, how many volunteers you got for class parents, how many people put their names in this
I love
year?
the after-school enrichment numbers too, like year over year.
Yeah, the
comparison.
after-school
Like,
program,
right,
because that
it's
was
how
big.
many more kids or fewer kids are participating across all the buildings now versus last year and then maybe pre-COVID, right?
I think that might be our challenge, right? Can we get that data from pre-COVID versus now
Yeah.
and really do an
You can-
apples to
yeah.
apples? If we can, great, I would love to see that data.
I can get you that for Franchi.
They might be hard for some people.
Yeah.
It's just that parents have turned over and.
Furnace Woods might be hard, I can get it for Franchi.
Yeah, but you know who the PTA president
But
was?
if you got last
And if there are
spring,
anything, like, I remember being the secretary on the PTA, I still have all my files.
Hundreds of kids, not me.
I mean, last spring, even if we compare last spring to this spring, right? Last winter may be hard, but it was Omicron,
I
right?
don't know if I would do it before
Yes.
Yeah,
COVID.
agree.
Like, yeah, because if we do the
Yeah.
last, just like in the budget numbers, right? We have to really compare to what it was before
Yeah,
COVID. to now.
100%.
Are you taking notes, Alexa?
I'm trying to take notes and it adds to the conversation, it's very difficult.
Yeah, well,
Um,
you tell us how we can help you.
I'm okay, I'm just typing as we go.
The good news is that it's recorded, so I can always go back.
Go
and
back,
get-
exactly.
No one wants to see themselves.
Because we all
on
want to do
camera.
this again.
That's
I
right.
have a
Once is
real,
not enough.
I have a few real concerns about this model. And it has nothing to do with the wonderful things that are happening. We are rejecting a declining enrollment. We know that that's not guaranteed. We have buildings that are maxed out. What if in a couple years, we see people migrating to this area and all of a sudden class sizes, grades are growing? What do we do when second grade becomes too big to fit in be big? So in the community school model, we have room for growth, right? We didn't have to worry about that. But when we're saying that second grade lives in this building and only in this building, you can't say, oh, well, you can go to second grade over here. Is there a solution for that? Yeah.
So,
No.
I'll defer to you, Alec. You.
I was just gonna say, that's a possibility, but when we look at the 10-year projection, just 10 years out,
Mhm.
it's the exact opposite. So while it's a possibility, I don't think it's a real possibility. Not to diminish your idea, but.
No, it's just a thought.
Can
I
I
just-
ask, I think it's important for us to know, based on your question, right now at the schools, I mean,
We've been off.
well,
Projections have been off.
I know, but coming from Frank G, we were always stuffed, right? Like, that was like the most stuffed building. There was like no empty rooms. So, if you look at the buildings currently, right, how many empty classrooms do you have in each of them now? And if you had to, if you did, if this was an if, what could go to gain us space?
Well, if you look at the, 3K5s, you will find that every building will be at max. And Furnace Woods does not have enough space. There's one empty room in BV.
Well, I don't want to get ahead of myself.
What about
Well,
this?
you're asking that question, that's why I figured it's
No,
easiest to go to the
No,
chart.
I'm saying I don't want to get ahead of myself with asking more
Yeah.
questions, but I thought Furnace Woods was too small. I thought we had to.
It is too small, that's what you said.
No, not the building, sorry.
Oh.
Before Princeton, Furnace Woods was way under enrollment.
It might have been under enrollment, but that's where we put a lot of our self-contained classes. So they were integrated into every grade and they were in one spot. So if you look at this, we have 24 rooms that can be used. There's 28 sections that we could put in there. Right now, it's anticipated to be 28 sections based on our enrollment and any of the special ed classes that are going. And the number of classrooms we'd need based on art, music, reading, math, et cetera, would be 28. And there's 24
So what did we
classrooms.
do before Princeton? How did we?
They were in Frank G. Lindsay. They were, before COVID, the 1211 ABC classes were in Frank G.
And we also have more. I mean, we had to develop classes because of the students that were coming off from COVID, right? So our 12s, we didn't have. We had 4 ABCs at
Furnace Woods?
Frank G.
Frank G, yeah, we had four.
We came back from COVID, we had to replace them and put them somewhere else because there was no more space
There
at
was no
Frank
space
G.
at
So if we never did Princeton plan, what would happen with Furnace Woods?
We didn't do Princeton plan.
Well, remember, okay, so remember also that the charts you're all looking at now have a different boundary line, because that was part of this process. So if you look at the page that we're looking at right now, which is the 3 schools are K5, you can notice that Furnace Woods is at 250. They haven't been at 250 in all the time I've been here.
Why are these different boundary lines for K-5?
We didn't run that,
We were,
We were looking at, no, we were trying to do the balancing.
but we didn't balance, we never ran that for 3 schools.
Oh.
We ran that for the 2 schools.
I think we ran it for every configuration.
Yeah, yes, we tried to do each one.
So where's the
Oh,
map
so-
for that?
Oh, so there's just no max?
The
Yeah,
charts
it
that
should
you
be-
have
Yeah,
are
the blue packet.
are run on.
Okay, all right, let me find it.
the maps are in this packet.
Stuff it in the back of it.
Okay.
We don't know anything about maps. I'm just- So we reconfigured the K-5?
We reconfigured every
like page 11.
configuration in the packet is based on a different boundary line.
But there's
to
no
try
map.
to bring balance to all 3 schools.
Where's the map for that? Sec, I'm looking, I promise.
I see K3.
Yeah, I don't have maps,
Do you have
sorry.
K5?
No, I don't see a map for K.
I just see K3.
That's for K3.
No,
That's what we need to.
that's,
I think
No,
this is
she had the
K-5
maps
model,
on the
right?
other
But we don't have a map, so I don't know how they rezoned.
I don't
Yes.
think the boundaries were changed other than the front, right?
Right.
These are your boundaries, this page here, and I think she probably used them
But
forever.
this is
And
for
I'm making
2
an assumption, because
schools.
I wasn't part of this meeting, so.
Yeah,
So-
but there's green and there's blue. I don't see a third color. There should be 3 colors, right, for 3 schools?
The title's also.
All right, we'll have to figure that out. But let's finish what we were doing here.
And
I
I,
can't
Yeah.
answer that question.
Thank you. So when you talk about the grade banding versus the 3, my understanding in grade banding was that as you have changes in enrollment, it gives you the best possibility
To stuff them in a class that
in
exists.
grade banding to balance out the entire grade across the entire grade, right? So if we get an influx, no matter what model you're in, we're gonna have to figure out
Well, no,
what's
because you
going
could
on.
assign them to the school that has space. Because they're
Yeah, but
second
what if-
grade.
But if it's in one school versus another, so if everybody comes into the FGL district and that's where you get the flood,
Yeah,
right?
but I'm
It
saying you
impacts
still
the
have
school.
second grade somewhere for the child for that year until, you know what I mean?
Well, I understand that, but then you're gonna have that issue for the next 5 years if it all happens in kindergarten. Right? If people don't move out of the district, you're gonna have that same issue, so, you know, I think my understanding was the grade banding gives us the best opportunity to disperse changes in population so that you don't impact the class sizes as much.
Yeah, I'm just saying, we need to be a little bit, add sections, right? And it seems as though we're like packed like sardines right now. So it's just something like in terms of long-term planning that you need to know, because we are at capacity at most schools.
But we were before too.
No, we weren't.
No, we
weren't. G.
Just-
I think BV was pretty
I think
tight
BV
too.
was
Yeah,
It
I,
looks like there's a few classes at each that are empty.
Which one, which?
And remember that my
Really?
numbers, my numbers are always estimates until we finish CSE season.
Right.
So I'm doing the best I can to estimate, but I will tell you, if we go, and we may have parents at the last minute say, never mind, my kid's not moving out of here if we're not doing X, Y, Z, I'm not gonna consent to the IEP, and then we're back to square one. So that may inflect it will fluctuate them up and down.
but the best that we can work off right now are the projections that we've got in front of us. And the projections are census declining enrollment over the next 10 years. So given that, how do we balance out the grades, the classes as best we can without impacting capacity, right? And of these models, which gives you the best opportunity to do that? I think that's the question before us.
Okay.
So, I think that's part of the decision we have to make is, does this current model give us that best opportunity? Or is it one of the other options that we have?
Yep. Okay. So I think that there's also been conversation around what building is appropriate for what age, right? I think that we all struggled with, why did we not put certain kids in certain buildings? Why were certain decisions made? And I know we don't really have any real answers on that. FGL right now has our pre-K, K1 students, and we don't have bathrooms in every classroom for these young children. You know, are we willing to look into infrastructure changes if this is the way it's staying, or does the board feel that we should be putting children in different places? If you stay in this model, do you want to keep our youngest children in a building where they don't have access to bathrooms in their classrooms and infrastructure that makes sense? I know Furnace Woods has like these little potties and Frank G. Lindsay has bigger ones. So is it the right use of the buildings as it is now?
It's a great question, because it's not just Frank G, it's also Furnace Woods, they only have the one gang back-room.
Yeah.
on the one hall.
And
So
CD
it's-
too.
Yeah,
Can we speak to, I don't know, we don't have enough information on the BCS right now. Well, maybe we can talk about just a minute, or a second.
Well, yeah, I think one of the things was part of BCS was that we all, no matter what, all of the facilities, bathroom facilities were part of the upgrade. Even without Princeton or not, there were not enough gang bathrooms in several of the schools, EV and Furnace Woods specifically. And bathrooms, if you update them and use state aid, you'd have to make them handicap, they have to be to code, which they're not to code right now. So they would get bigger, they would have to be handicap accessible, I believe. So they would look different in all of the classrooms anyways. If we didn't use state aid, we could do whatever we want. But if we want state aid, which I think we would want, we'd have to.
You're talking about gang bathrooms, right?
Yeah,
No,
even the
no.
bathrooms in the classrooms.
So like adding bathrooms to classrooms?
No,
Updating them.
if we updated them, so if we had to update the ones that we want, they would be,
Forget updating,
Totally.
but we're missing bathrooms.
agreed.
Okay.
No, so even the ones that we wanted to update, we'd have to update, and they would change their size, change their layout, change the look of the classroom. And then the other ones we could get rid of if we don't need them. So there is room in the BCS to put where we want. That's something we could talk to them about. I think that conversation could be had when we choose the model.
Yeah.
It doesn't help today or tomorrow.
Right. I just want the board to think, is it important to you that we follow the state mandates to have bathrooms in
I'm just gonna say this.
kindergarten classrooms?
So the state mandate is to have, because I've read quite a bit about this at this point, the state mandate is to have bathrooms inside K and 1, or no, not first grade, kindergarten and pre-K. But because our buildings were built before
Yeah,
1960, whatever, we are grandfathered into this, that we don't have to have it. So how many of our classrooms right now in kindergarten don't have that? Is it 2, is it 3?
3.
It's 3 in kindergarten?
I believe there's 3 kindergarten teachers in what was once this
I think you're
2-3
right.
hallway.
3. And then is
43%
it-
of the classrooms.
we used to have, I think,
Is that it? 4,200?
30, yeah.
So would these capital improvements be needed with or without the great banding plan? If we need to do this no
Yes.
matter what, correct?
Some, yes.
Well, I think
Some,
it'd be a
yes, not
question.
all.
I think it would be a question, because you wouldn't necessarily need to build more gang bathrooms in Furnace Woods, which was part of the
No, they wouldn't.
So
conversation.
what would
It
be,
Furnace Woods,
I was at that meeting.
no, it was gang bathrooms, there were none of gang bathrooms in any model of Furnace Woods. They were short.
Okay.
so I'd love to understand that delta of what we would have to pay to get up to code. And then the question, Enrique, I think we get state reimbursement now, which is much higher than before. State aid is gonna be 40%. So by the time we do this, 60, we're only paying for 60% of the cost, which is actually a pretty good deal. I'd wanna know, what did we have to do anyway versus what are we doing because of grade banding?
Right.
Right, so what would be the increased cost to maintain the grade banding model? And is it something, that's significant, or, if we're talking about 3 bathrooms at 60% of cost, are we talking $80,000, $100,000, $20,000? I don't know. It's not gonna be $20,000.
It's also the space in the classroom that's an issue. Taking the space in the classrooms is an issue. So like I think the classrooms at BVR are smallest classrooms. And Furnace Woods, Frank G's are a little bit bigger, but those front hallway classrooms are not bigger than the K bathrooms in the back.
Right. So again, it just, the bottom line number I'm looking for is, what is the cost to maintain the current plan and be up to code versus what we would have had to do anyway? That's what I'm looking for.
I don't think we have to actually do anything, right? like,
Even a
It's not-
BCS, right?
it's hard to, it's gonna,
Right,
I don't have
any
to.
BCS we don't have to do, but if we were gonna do it, we would if we, they recommend upgrading the bathrooms. We can choose what we do and don't wanna do, but to get state aid, it has to be in the BCS. Like that's, if it's not in part of the BCS, you don't get state aid on it.
This is also takes time, right?
Yes.
So we have children right now in classrooms without bathrooms and they're urinating their pants.
Yeah.
Okay, they're children that are responsible for walk because they're in first grade, that they have to be the bathroom child that brings kids to the bathroom. These are real issues and I just want everyone to be thinking about them.
I mean, you're gonna end up getting parents writing letters saying, I want my kid being a bathroom attendant, right? They don't want them to walk, and then we gotta manage that.
I thought that's why we had TAs.
I was gonna say, that's what, we're having
Yeah.
TAs.
I'm just telling you what I'm hearing.
Okay, so again, I'd like to focus on the data that we're getting, not what we're hearing.
But
That
that's
was
part
an
of it.
email.
The
That was
experience
email.
is all what we're hearing.
It was
right?
emails
There's
to
no
the
way
Board of
around
Ed.
that.
Okay, then let's refer to it as data. We got
We get-
emails
Can you
from
follow that
parents complaining about this issue,
Yeah.
right?
But we can also talk to what people spoke of and what people have told us. We can speak to that. It's
I think
not
we can
illegal.
ask, yeah, I think we can ask Dr. Kramer what she knows, because she's in that building every day. We can ask Mrs. Manning, we can ask
ask the
Mrs.
nurse.
Polito,
Nurse.
Ms. Artisano, we can,
And
I have
even
not
at
heard that.
you know, we talk about that, you know, somebody just asked me that's applying for UPK, does he have to be potty trained? And I said, no, they'll work with you, but I haven't heard anybody say to me,
Doesn't mean-
somebody would
So,
say.
I will reach out to Dr. Kramer tomorrow and I will talk to her
I
and the
just
nurses.
don't want to
Got it.
insinuate that
Yep.
any, excuse me, I don't want to insinuate that any of these parents are lying, right?
Oh.
People are reporting their
Right,
experience.
absolutely.
But the question is, if they're not reporting the experience through the chain of command.
We don't know that yet.
within-
We don't, yeah,
Okay.
we don't know any of that.
I'm saying if that's not happening, if they are reporting it, then doesn't that give the administration the opportunity to fix it? I don't know,
How do you fix
right,
that?
I don't know, that's the
Right.
question. Is there a way to fix
The
that?
problem is that unfortunately, this is probably the most unfortunate thing about what we did this year, is that our buildings are meant for K-5. That's how they're built, right? Our facilities are built for K-5. So we put them in buildings that are not meant for them, and we didn't have any foresight in this. There was never a conversation at the board table about what do we need to do to make sure that these buildings are good for these children, right? And I think that's what Alexis is getting at here at the end of the day. So you're saying, I understand, but again, we're a year or two out from being able to do these things. So when you say, how are we gonna fix it now? How would we fix that now? We can't, how are we gonna get kindergarten classrooms with bathrooms? We're gonna put a latrine in the, like honestly, I'm serious.
I'm making an observation that the administration is not aware of this issue. This is the first they're hearing of it, right?
Parents talked about it at board meetings
Multiple times.
Okay, so
and the
what,
email.
so how, there's a big disconnect here, right? Margaret is saying
Another
this is
big
the first one.
another big disconnect.
Okay, so there's a big disconnect here, so,
I think we can all agree that it's appropriate to have bathrooms accessible to the little guys. I
Yes.
think that we can agree with that and move forward, right?
I have a quick
So I think it's
question.
something to keep in mind as we plan what we're doing moving forward, that the facilities are appropriate for the age group that uses them.
and there needs to be a cost analysis, which was my whole point,
Yeah,
right? That we need to understand what it's gonna take to get there, but I think we also have to give the administration a chance to fix this issue, which would be part of that cost analysis.
What school has the smallest classrooms, what's called the biggest classrooms? Do we say Furnace Woods and BV are the smallest and Grange is the biggest rooms?
I'd ask Enrique, I don't know that answer.
No, classroom size, like.
I don't know,
oh,
Square footage?
yeah, it's Enrique.
Do you know, individual classrooms?
but BB
Individual?
First Woods, I think, has bathrooms in all of their.
Well, what I'm trying to understand is if we're talking about utilization of facility for age appropriate
Yeah.
size. Earlier this evening, we talked about, do we go to class cap, right? If I remember correctly, 4th and 5th grade has the highest class caps of the grades.
Yeah.
If Furnace Woods has the smallest classrooms, why would we put the biggest kids with the highest class cap in the building with the smallest classrooms, regardless of whether there's a bathroom?
That's a great point.
That's a great point.
So if we're going to go to class caps, and if we stay here, we have to come up with money, we have this other savings we have to find, why would we put kids in the smallest classrooms? With the biggest number of kids that are also the biggest kids?
And
It's a great question.
to your point, we do need clarification on what's Princeton plan related and what's not, because you're gonna put a bond up to the community. And they have to support the building conditions survey, the BCS, they have to support that bond. And they should know what they're supporting. Like,
That's
we're a
correct.
great staff.
Right, so is the question is the BCS based on the current grade banding model? Or is it based on the old community
It's a little bit of
school
both.
model?
bit of both.
It's a little bit of both.
Right, so I think that needs to be clear and understand what are the costs related to maintaining the current grade banding model versus going to a different model. And we need to see that as part of, right, that's a big consideration from a cost perspective. And I think we don't have those numbers yet. Right?
We can pull them out, we do.
Well, I mean, yes, but that's one of the reasons we didn't go forward this year.
Right.
Because we said, we don't want to make a decision until we know where our buildings are. Like, what our building use is gonna be.
Exactly.
Like, they all had some sort of media upgrade, but it would be targeted to what that building use would be for.
Yeah.
But they all had a media upgrade in elementary school, right? I mean, yes.
Yeah.
We don't
You're
have
right.
Siemens on Wednesday,
Siemens has
That's
no,
nothing
Siemens
to do
has
with
nothing to
so they
do
would
with
not
that.
be able to.
No.
Either way, we're changing light bulbs, lights, everything,
Right, that's.
no matter the model,
It will not
That's
impact.
at all.
You gotta have light regardless of what model you use.
We talked about that.
But just to speak to the length of time it takes to get these kinds of things approved, even through the state aid process. Because you know better than I what's going on.
So we discussed when would be a good time to put a capital project for the fall. Usually you can do it either in the fall or you can do it in May, and like that you save about $20,000 to $30,000. In my opinion is let's do it in May. Last time that we did, the only time that anything has failed in this district was when we put it in the fall.
How many years ago was that?
That was in 2010. And there was a lot of complaints because they said a lot of the people were already in Florida, and there's, this community who's retired, who lives on a fixed income. But let's say that we decide in May. So that would be May of 2024. We will, and let's say that it passes, we work, and we hope that state aid will approve it by February 2025. If we're lucky, and that's what happened last time, and it was prior COVID. What happened last time was that by the time we got out to bid, it was ridiculously expensive to bid everything else but the field and track. So we did the field and track that summer, but we had to wait for the following summer to start. So that's 3 years later. And it was during 2 summers. So we're talking between 3 and 4 years. So we're talking that this will be done in the 27-28 school year. So we're talking, 4 or 5 years down the road. But either way, if we stay as we are, or we go back to the old model, that will be the same. The question there is the issue of the bathroom. If we're in the old model, then it doesn't matter, as long as, we don't have problems like in Furnace Woods, that the air conditioning caught fire, then we're fine, We know that we're behind the ball on facilities, we know.
I have a question about one of the benefits listed. What is, I think this is a question for Margaret. what does it mean, more heterogeneity in class makeup? What does that mean?
It just means that the mix of children are across ability levels, maybe across socioeconomic levels, maybe across ethnic levels. So you have the ability, because you have everybody from the district in that grade, to mix that way.
You need to show heterogeneity amongst the grade.
Can I just clarify, heterogeneity meaning equal diversity, correct?
You're never gonna have equal diversity from class to
No,
class.
I'm saying the words are synonymous. Heterogeneity versus diversity, because what you're saying is diversity.
Yeah, yes, but diversity,
So you can
most
use the
people
word
think of diversity,
interchangeably.
they think of race.
Right.
But I'm talking about the ability to have racial, ethnic,
But that is true diversity, correct? True diversity goes beyond just racial.
yes, it's just that most people
Diversity.
associate one with the other.
Right, but I think if we define diversity as ethnic, racial,
Right.
religious, socioeconomic, right?
Well,
There's
All of that
all
is
those things,
about-
gender, right? All those things are diversity.
I was just wondering if it was the grade, because I was.
It is the
class.
grade.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right, that's
it's not a classroom, because remember, you might have a very small ethnic population. You don't want to go 1-1-1.
Well, you
with
can't, it's
everyone.
illegal.
So you want to make sure that, what you hope for is that kids see themselves as they look around the room.
And then does this heterogeneity translate to classes being evenly?
As best as we can, yes.
Can you explain to us how you make classes for the next year? Because when I think of how classes are made for the next year, what you're saying doesn't really factor into it.
So
You-
I
you
don't
look at
want
this
to
year.
speak for the 3 building principals because I'm sure I engaged in a somewhat different model, and that's usually unique to the district and sometimes the building that is doing the placement.
Right.
So I would say we'd have to ask the 3 principals how they engaged in that last year and then what thoughts they have about this year. I don't want to speak for them.
There's very different makeup of each classroom this year than there is of the overall grade. When you look at it from any angle, whether you look at it from socioeconomic, whether you look at it from a race, every which way you every which way you slice it, E&L, right? Every which way we slice the data, our classrooms look nothing like the overall district. So it seems to me when you show the grade homogeny, is that the word that we're using here now, right? So when we look at this,
Heterogeneity.
heterogeneity is the
Which
word that was
diversity.
used.
Which is diversity. You can say
So the
diversity.
classrooms are not representative of it all, so it gives the appearance that there's gonna be this benefit from this heterogeneity, but when you actually sit in your classroom, it looks nothing like the greater class makeup, meaning not classroom, but grade level makeup. It's entirely different, right? We talked about the concentration of different categories, and I'm using category because there's many people that fall in more than one of these different categories. So I'm not calling people a category. There's different categories that we're measuring diversity, and we don't have a classroom that I saw that really looks like the grade as a whole at all. We found very high level concentrations of particular areas that are measured per classroom. So I find it challenging to understand why that's a benefit when we're not seeing it on a classroom level anyway, so the experience is nothing.
Well, you might also say that your child, if we stay with this model, every year when your child transitions, the class is remixed. So over time, because the entire district is together, there's more and more opportunity for your student to engage with kids they might never have seen in their K-5 experience. They might meet for the first time in grade 6.
Does that also mean that if I'm in kindergarten, I might end up in first grade and not know anyone? Or if that was
No, we never put anybody in a class with people they don't know. Everybody travels with at least 2 or 3 kids that they know from a previous grade. That's just practice. I also know that this year was a little challenging because there were many, many, many parent requests as people were particularly anxious about who their kids were going to be with for the next year. So I would argue, and Donna, Cindy, Josh, if you're watching, you can yell at me tomorrow, that perhaps this year, more than any other year, there were a lot of acquiescence to parent requests for placement. I don't know that you would see that again if we are to repeat the model next year. But remember, we're not talking about 1 year, we're talking about the whole of it. I think Dr. Kriener said something fabulous in a letter that she shared, was that we had no ENL teacher at Furnace Woods because there were no ENL students at Furnace Woods. So if you were a Furnace Woods student, you might not encounter a second language speaker until you got to 6th grade. That won't be the case anymore.
Our classroom makeup now, when you reference ENL, is incredibly concentrated, right? In 4th and 5th grade, there's one classroom that each has 5, 3 classrooms that have 1 to 2 each, and then half the classrooms have 0.
I don't know how they're placed specifically, so
But
I
that's-
would trust that that's what it is.
That's the numbers that we were given by this administration.
We have them. I don't, that's the.
Third grade
The public's
has.
probably confused because they haven't seen this. We have.
Sure.
But I'm just saying, so when we talk about how this is gonna create all of these opportunities, it's not being done that way?
But it's only 5th grade, Jeremy. Those kids would be together for 6 years and keep rotating the mix of kids for 6 years.
But you can't have every experience in one given year, is what Margaret's saying.
Right.
So, and please also remember that we have a wonderful Hispanic population, roughly a third of our district, from many different Spanish-speaking countries. But not all of them are second language learners. Only less than 4% of our students
Yeah,
are in
92,
that.
right? We only have 92 annual
Exactly,
students in the
exactly.
entire
So
district.
because you're Hispanic
Yeah, we're not,
or any other,
I'm not
ethnic
referencing any
background.
ethnic background, we're talking ENL.
okay.
Right? You could be from the eastern half of the globe and
Oh, yes,
still be
not all of
ENL
our
here.
second
Yeah,
language learners are Hispanic,
exactly.
correct.
I'm not referencing any sort of cultural background here.
Does anybody else have anything else to add?
Just kind of maybe based on what you just said, then, are you implying that because FGL doesn't have those sites, we should be looking at that for only older students? Is that what I'm hearing, what type?
Well, I'm saying that the facilities need to be age appropriate. They need to be appropriate.
But the
It's not-
reality is, what I'm just trying to, reality is if you're gonna put bathrooms in, it's gonna be 3 to 5 years out.
Right.
So does that mean that's all the table? As a K1 or 2-3 school?
FGL?
Yeah, like he wants to know what we want to know, right? Is the
Based on what
board,
you just said, is that what you're implying? It's the bigger, it's up and down, doesn't have bathrooms in it, for the elementary, for the young children. Is that what you're saying?
I'm gonna tell you that it's hard for us, especially those of us that are new on the board, to understand why that was chosen for that, other than we would have a couple of empty classrooms at Franchi. I think all know that. But I think it's hard for us to understand why that decision was made. And I don't think the board had any role to play in that decision.
No.
And I'm not sure if I'm not sure
I
if the board had the opportunity to even weigh in
No,
on
we
that
did not.
conversation of the utilization of our of what's best utilization
No,
of
because
our
that's an
building.
operational decision and we were not included in that.
What,
So that's
Did-
the answer. I mean,
did the head of facilities weigh in on what
that was my next question.
he thought was the appropriate building use for each of the different grade levels by chance?
Yes, he did, but he was overruled.
So what did he choose? Do you
What was
know?
his recommendation?
I don't know.
I know.
Both.
All right, so we can ask him to report that back. I'd be curious what
He was
I do
overruled.
Mr. Merlini thought that 4-5 would work best in FGL
Mhm.
because of the size and the setup and the stairs and
Bigger class.
bigger lunchroom, bigger facilities,
Jim,
gym. Is it
bigger much.
So that's,
I don't know. Yeah, because I think it's a cafeteria. Yeah, no.
I know he was against where they were placed.
And it also, I think it did, if I remember, in speaking to him, it had to do also with bathrooms.
so we have a facilities issue that we can come back to as we keep going. But does anybody have, I feel like
I
I'm
was
just
trying to
sitting
help
here.
Yeah,
no,
you
that's
were,
helpful.
and you did, but I don't think I helped you in the answer, in that
That's okay.
the board didn't have a say,
No, okay.
or even had an opportunity to weigh in on that, as where would be best to put our students.
But I think as we move forward,
We have to-
and we're left with the decision, if you decide to switch it, am I hearing you say that you prefer that the larger building be used for upper breaks? Is that
I think that's
larger
a,
kids.
I think
larger
that's a
kids?
preference.
Is it right?
And I think that we can't say that that is a yes or a no until we get further along with other areas, right? Like if there's a model that the board finds to be most appealing and it involves having pre-K there or K or whatever, right? I don't want to eliminate models based on that, but I think it's really important that we all realize that it may not be structurally the best choice.
Can I just make one logistics recommendation? We each have our own microphones.
Yeah.
We can use the lavaliers. We used to keep them off and use it up our mouth because we had to share them. But I think it's actually better for Greg, right, and for the public if we use the lavaliers and pin
Put it on.
them on, and then we won't get the background noise as much.
What's a lavalier? The clip?
That would be this.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is like a learning experience in so many different ways. Thank you.
Yeah.
Smarter
Another,
because I'm here.
another point to consider is the reason that we're here is partially because of our upset community, right? And we have families that are divided. So if we're going to stay with this option, what can we do to make it better for these families that are divided? They're getting multiple emails, they're getting different schedules, the events are requiring them to take off multiple days of work. They've got kids coming back home on different bus schedules. If we shift the buildings, do those, you keep this model, but you change the buildings, and now they've got kids at different places with different buses, because right now, K1, 2, 3 leaves together at least, right? So what is the board how is the board using that to weigh in on evaluating this option? That's my question, because that's one of the main reasons we're here is because of the struggling families. Yeah.
So I think one of the questions I asked for data that we need, what would it cost to fix the current model? And all those considerations are part of that cost to fix.
Tell me, what do you mean fix? Like what?
Education.
Okay, so I have
So
that.
how do we, right, so how do we address transportation for everybody?
Mhm.
How do we address the multiple pickup times? How do we address the multiple emails from multiple schools? Like how do we do this so that we address all those concerns that you're talking about? Is it possible? Is it not possible? Is it possible to get it to a manageable level? Which maybe, 100% won't be happy, but we will do the best we can to accommodate the large majority.
I think we also have to discuss the fact that many of the families that we have heard from, even the ones that really like the Princeton plan in its current form, have stated that their children do not see their friends during the day. It's something we really can't ignore, and that's also going back to facilities and a scheduling issue. So I think we need to, I know that the teachers are working on this, and I know, but it's one of those things that keeps coming up over and over again. So when we talk about fixing, that's part of what we're talking about, right?
Yeah, let me take it out.
And that was my request.
Yeah.
My request is, what can we do to address all these
And
concerns?
we talked about this,
And
and
what would it cost to do that?
months ago.
Sorry, at least on the transportation side, the cost will be
Yeah, we have.
tremendous. Because if we say, okay, let's have all the elementary schools start at the same time,
Well, that would be,
That's almost impossible.
right, that would be impossible regardless. But I think what we're talking about is there were 3 routes that I think exceeded the max that we wanted. I think, what was it, 30, 32,
we just-
35
We have,
minutes?
we can move over to that in a minute. From Friday's information, I do have that differential on transportation.
Okay, and that was just one example.
Yep.
Right, so how do we fix the immediate pressing needs that are hurting our families and our students? That, regardless of what we should have fixed that back in October.
Right, and we fixed the busing today. And that letter will go out on Monday, for Monday, the change.
So what they did was improve those bus rides that were up at 48 minutes, no longer. Right now, they're gonna have much shorter rides. We do still have people that are between 30 and 40 minutes.
I don't think there's any 40s.
Okay,
Might be 30,
so
35.
we eliminated that.
The 50s are all taken care of.
Okay, so 35 is the
No
max.
costs and no buses.
No cost.
change. No additional cost and no bus.
Who's driving them?
No, because they were catching the person between a route change. And they were able to have that bus go up and do this
But there's still
run
costs.
and back. Well, we're paying them for the day.
Okay.
There's no additional cost. Okay, that's a better way to put it.
But what were they doing before?
They would ride or wait, then they go in clean a little, and then go back out again.
So they're not cleaning?
They're not, well, they wouldn't be clean, but. She said in many cases, in the 3 cases, she said it wasn't an issue. They either came back to the bus garage and then went out on another run.
This is so great to
I was gonna say
hear.
thank you.
And
Thank you.
thank you so much, because
No,
we,
yeah.
this should have been done,
Agreed.
right, within the first 2 weeks. So, because every year starts out with transportation problems, the ride, the drivers are getting to know the routes and the kids. But within 2 to 3 weeks, you got that all ironed out. This should have been ironed out back then. I am so glad that you're able to
Yeah.
fix this
Thank you.
at no
Liz-
cost.
Liz was helpful.
And I would love to hear from the parents that had the issue
So this-
to see if it's really fixed,
Yes.
right?
Not yet.
It's not,
They don't know
I'm
yet.
just saying.
I don't know if they know yet.
I know
No,
that they
know
don't
yet.
know, but it's, when we gotta give it a little time too, right? They've
Like
gotta
Monday, we should.
figure out the new way of doing things.
It solved a lot of problems. Actually, some of the buses that had 50-something will be 40 now. So the runs are shorter. There are several things here.
And I think there's opportunities for other places outside of transportation for low cost but high impact
Or
changes
no
we can,
cost.
or, yeah, that's what I'm saying, like, the way that the principals are communicating, like, there's opportunities here that we really need to push forward and problem solve. We've heard loud and clear from the parents, and it's great to hear that we're making changes.
So, next item, and tomorrow at our elementary principals is Karen Hoffman will be there. We're talking about standardizing the elementary newsletter, or whatever they send out, so that the bottom part, they can individualize. So the top part will be, you don't have to read the whole thing, because it should be all the same for regardless of where you are. And then here's the special about this building or that building.
Can I-
So can I ask a question about that, actually? Because that's great, but I feel like I just messed it, sorry. I feel like what would be better potentially is to physically reduce the number of inbound emails. The way to do that would make every building have a link to the bottom of your weekly email. Superintendent report, 5 links at the bottom, and each of those links represents the building
I
report.
don't know if eye contact,
Yeah,
constant contact
links.
might, eye contact doesn't. Just,
And
As
when I
far as
tell you
it-
just from a social media perspective, when you have links in emails, people tend not to go to them or
no,
realize.
he's talking about like, you have your 5 schools at the top, and you
Right.
click on it, and it jumps to that area like you would on a website.
Oh, you mean hyperlink within the
Yeah, but
document?
emails don't, I
Yeah,
don't
then you're
think.
not getting
Yeah,
5.
it depends on
Yeah, it
what
doesn't-
tool we
you don't.
use. It
So,
might be clunky.
Really
Yeah, I
quick story about communications. I was on a parent forum last spring and we were talking about parent communications, and I had 2 mothers telling me the exact opposite. One, I want links and I want to go out and get them, like, don't give me too much information, just send. And then the other woman was like, no, I want everything separate. That's how I digest things. So it's really hard, and that's why it's one of our strategic plan pillars, is because we're trying to find options and ideas that work for the majority of people. But I left that one community forum being like,
Confused.
no, yeah, I was like, so what do we do now? You can't fix, because everybody needs their communication
Right.
differently, and that's why we've broken it out through that strategic plan pillar to really dive deep and see how we can meet the needs of most people.
Can I speak to this just 1 second? Because with the email that Dr. Lowell was talking about, is I think the sale or not, which was not the intention. When we asked for that, that was supposed to be that wasn't supposed to be a PR piece, right? It became a PR piece, but we already had the lanyard. We don't need a PR piece for elementary only, because now we need a PR piece for high school, middle school. So that wasn't the ask there. The original ask there was that was a monthly wrap up. Like, if you want only 1 email from your 3 principals, this is what that is. It's the sale or not. It's not, it shouldn't have been, I don't think any of our intentions was for that to be a PR piece.
I thought it was like, just like, for us, we used to have like the blue sheet. I thought that's what
They're doing, well, the principals are doing that every week via email, all 3 of them.
Which is
Oh,
what
yeah.
I think I was talking
Interject here.
about putting on the superintendent.
So we had a great team working on the communications strategy for the overall strategic plan. And I think that is an issue for that pillar, that we're not gonna solve it here. I would suggest we move on to a different topic, because this is not
Also,
we
communication
already
is a
recognize it
frustrating
as-
piece for sure, but I don't know that it's necessarily what has families upset.
So can I just say that we have to also realize from all of the emails that we receive, that there are things that we cannot fix. So we have to recognize that. I mean, there's definitely things that we can improve on and
Can't
fix.
fix, let's make a list of the things we can't fix.
Oh, under the current plan?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll give an example. If I'm a single mom and I have kids in 2 different schools, I'm talking about a real person, and I don't have any family here, and pick up and drop off at 2 different schools, that is very burdensome to me. If I do not have a car, there are people in this district that do not own cars. So taking cabs back and forth, that's an extra expense.
You're talking about beyond the busing.
Beyond
Like
the
after-school
busing, like
academies,
after-school
things like that.
academies, they're not like, anything that's there where you would go and pick up your kids. If it was one spot, it's
Now it's
easier.
two additional
You're not gonna fix that. So can you make it easier? I don't know, but I'm just saying, we had a lot of people write in, and those are true instances, and those are really, they're real hardships for people.
Can I add to that? Because I did bring this up before we jumped into the plan. And I believe I talked to Liz about it at the time. I hear what you're saying, and I had asked if it was possible at the end of the day to return kids to their home school if they went to the after-school program. Because like you said, I was a working mom, I worked in Manhattan for 15 years. I wouldn't want to go to 3 separate schools.
There's a lot of
So
single
if
parent
they could-
households.
If they're all Furnace Woods kids, for example, can you return them to Furnace Woods at the end of the
Yes.
day and let them do mother connection there? So that when I get off the train, I'm only making 1 pickup. I don't know if that's possible, so please forgive me if I'm asking for something that people are shaking their heads can't be done, but I do get that part of it. Yeah.
Yeah, wasn't,
That came up last year and I don't remember the answer, so maybe
Because Mother Connection is now
it's, right, it's.
rebranded as well.
Yeah, but maybe Dr. Laurel can
Everyone check on it.
check on it again, because it's true.
If it could be fixed, that would be very helpful.
different than what it is.
right, and could it be related to school start times? Is there an issue there? There's something that start times could help alleviate that problem for all parents.
So what else can't we fix? Because that's maybe can be fixed.
The other thing I think is the bus stops right now, that parents are outside at the bus stops forever. And especially at the end of the day, they're coming out 2 or 3 times.
Right, because in this model, everybody rides home separately. Afternoons or all.
If you have,
If you have
Kids in
2 or 3
different
kids, they're
schools.
coming,
Any more
but
than,
we had that. I had 3 kids in 3 schools.
no,
but
but
it
they're
was-
old, they
Yeah,
can't
I
get
know,
home.
with elementary. it's-
The little ones also.
Yeah.
Yeah.
we've also moved the bus stops, so
We
that,
did.
we did move the bus stops, so that the kids have to walk further to their homes than they did before.
Right, is there a way of identifying those kids that might come at different times and maybe be able to bus them? Because I don't think we're talking about a large population here, right? It might be more tactical.
I don't know.
Families with 2 kids was much, much, much greater.
It's 177 families.
No, it's
And only, no, I just have the data from the card, I just looked at it.
Yeah.
It's 177 families have 2 children, 9 families have 3.
That's the
Three, yes, just your data.
Okay.
And that's out of how many families in total?
I can tell you, 900 something. I was just.
Oh, I didn't-
Total of 740 households.
740 households,
177 have
One
children that
solar.
attend 2 schools, 9 have
186 would have 2 to 3. 186 out of 700. So,
40, yes.
yeah, I mean, that's sizable.
And it's changing it's gonna change every year, year to year.
Yes.
Yeah.
That number will fluctuate. I know that if you drive around here at, I don't know, 3:45 or so, there's a lot of people waiting. And there's also people that have to come out once for Furnace Woods, then go back and then come back for one of the elementaries.
And a lot of it has to do with the distance. I mean, like, my children never had to go anywhere. They just got off the bus and walked into my house, right? But a lot of kids are walking further. And I don't think we ever really addressed that as part of like how we moved the bus stops to make them more gang bus stops. Like, I know that there's several roads that lost their bus that went down,
Yeah,
or their
we've had
van
that
that
too
went
in
down.
community schools. Like, we used to have the bus that came down to the bottom of our cul-de-sac,
Mhm.
and it was great for a number of years, and all the kids in the cul-de-sac would all go onto that bus. And then all of a sudden, one year just stopped, and there was a gang bus stop all the way up on Dutch. And we all had to walk and wait, and,
Yeah.
you know, it was a little tougher. So that's not new.
It is only
No,
if
but
it
we
affects,
did make a
only if
shift.
we did make a major shift this year, and we don't really know the safety impacts. We never really, we heard that from families, but we never, I don't know if we can address
Our
this.
kids had to cross double yellow lines for that every time. Like, it was not great
Mhm.
on a busy road.
I think, but yeah, families, have always, bus stops changed throughout the course of time. I think this year, more families had changes
Yes.
than has happened in the past.
Right, we have to recognize that, right,
Yes.
that there were more, but if you maintain the current model, it will be the same, you'll have less change year over year.
I think Liz has to actually redo the buses Liz and Kathy have to redo the buses every single year like this.
Yeah.
Every single year.
Rather than every time a kid ages out.
Mhm.
So we can't fix that.
Did we mention transitions in the note?
Well, what?
Transition.
Transition. Did we mention transitions in our, what can't be fixed?
So transitions was already listed, but no, it's not something that's listed by us. That was listed by the administration. I think it's more than just transitions. I think when we say transitions, people say, well, kids are resilient, they have to get used to transitioning. The truth is that it's the only piece of this puzzle that has actually been studied, and there is learning. So I don't know how the board feels about it. I know how I feel about it. I have cited, Corey, you'll appreciate it, I've cited 7 to 10 studies, and I could sit here and read them to you. These are actual studies that tell you how harmful these transitions are. So the more transitions you have, the more negatively the children are impacted. That's something that you can change if you stay in this model.
There would be one more transition in this model, correct, than there is now?
No,
Than there was before.
two. We're still talking,
Okay, so no, we're not talking moving
No.
to different
yeah,
options.
yeah.
Okay.
Right now, and the way it is, right.
There are 2 more transitions than before.
Right.
And if we were to move to a different model now, you would be adding extra transitions to the K rising to 1, 2 rising to 3, 4 rising to 5, correct?
For
existing
some of them,
students.
unfortunately, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like, there's like no,
Yeah, these kids,
So you'd be adding significantly
these kids
more
took the
to
brunt
kids.
of a lot, no matter what.
That's right, so we're talking about the COVID kids now getting an extra
Correct.
transition if we decide to move.
like, look at the history of our current third graders. They were in kindergarten, COVID shut them down.
Yeah.
They went back to school in first grade with distancing and masks, right? Second grade finally got a little normal, and then third grade we moved them, and then they're gonna move next year. And then, you know, depending on where this conversation goes, they could have to move again. That's every single year impacted for them.
That's
It's
right,
really terrible.
so I
We
want the
can't
board to
fix that.
consider that.
We
Yeah,
have to
well,
just consider it,
Well, I'm
exactly.
saying consider it in that if you do it this year, you're adding to the COVID kids transitions.
Well, or next year, any
Yeah,
year,
next year.
any year, any change, any year.
I'm just saying that the COVID kids though, right, are the ones who are gonna be
They're gonna
most.
move
They're
again.
all,
Yeah, but if
They're all
you,
COVID kids.
they're all COVID kids, but
Yeah, but.
according to your point, let's say you do
One
nothing,
have-
just in argument's sake, you do nothing this year. Every single third grader moves. If you do something the following year that doesn't use that building again, every single fourth grader moves. So those kids delaying the decision will likely give them an additional transition unless we leave everything status quo and do nothing else.
I'm not getting the math on that, right? Because I think you're adding another transition.
If you change
do it
something
this year.
next year, they will, and you don't leave Furnace Woods as a 4-5 building
next year.
next year,
not
this third grade goes to fourth grade next
Oh,
year in
you're
Furnace
adding-
Woods.
Yes, but then it would only impact the 3-4s, the 2-3s, not the 4.
No, hold on, slow down, let me
Only
finish,
the
just let me
four
finish
rising
my
five.
thought, I think I'll make it simple.
Okay,
Third grade is BV today.
Yep.
Furnace Woods, Frank G, second graders last year, moved this year, third grade BVs have had no transition. BV third grade this year goes to Furnace Woods. If we do 0, right, and just status quo stays, fourth grade Furnace Woods in September of '23.
This is also dependent on how the district lines are drawn
No.
too,
No, no,
correct?
no,
Yeah, no, Corey, right now, we do nothing.
Yes.
We do nothing. If we
Okay.
continue with what has been
Correct.
implemented this year, next year,
Yeah.
100% of our third graders move to fourth grade in
Yes,
Furnace Woods.
right.
If next year it is determined that we're gonna make a shift that does anything but keep fourth and fifth grade in Furnace Woods,
Again.
then 100% of the fourth grade kids that are third graders this year will also be moved again.
Okay,
Unless you do something like K-5 schools again, just for argument's sake, and the kids that are homeschooled to Furnace Woods would not have the transition, but the other two buildings would to go somewhere else. Right? That was the only way you wouldn't impact them every year. So delaying a decision doesn't save transitions. It actually may increase transitions since every first and third grader is moving this year, no matter what.
that would be a 1-year delay. What if it was a 2-year delay? If it was a 2-year delay, you
Still gonna,
remove that. You're gonna have transitions, but it won't be kids that have been already transitioned by.
Well,
this
it would be
time.
the first grade kids this year who have
We'll
also,
be in third
No, but
grade.
then you move it into the even year, right, when they would have transitioned anyway. If you delay it 2 years.
but you
versus
gave them
1
a year, you gave, no, first graders this year are going to BV for second grade.
Okay, so then if you
So
delay
then
it
if
2
you
years.
waited another year in third grade, you would be transitioning them to another building again.
No, but if you waited 2 years, they would transition from 3 to 4, just like they would, just to either the same school or a different school. Right?
I mean, I think it's gonna vary
Yeah.
for every student if they
That's right.
moved. And it's just a point. I mean, point well taken, there's a lot of transitions. The debate or the question could be, is it, we can talk about, is it better to wait or better to do it? But I think that's later, right?
I think, yeah, we first need to decide what we want everything to look like.
Yes, I think transition.
My point is that there's no study that says anything about anything that we're talking about, except that there's extensive research on transitions.
And once
And I
upon a
can
time,
share this.
Lisa, when you were while you've been in our sped department, did we do the looping with our
Mm-hmm. Yes.
special ed kids? We did that. And why did we
3
did that?
years.
3 years, because there's benefit to having consistency each year and no learning loss in September
Yes.
by switching.
I'm never gonna agree to that, but yes and no. I don't agree that a kid should be with their teacher multiple years. 2 years is the max, I would say, because of the fact they get too comfortable with them.
Yeah.
And then when it comes to the next time, that transition is huge too. So it really depends on how independent we make them as teachers or how codependent we make them.
Absolutely.
So it was a 2-year loop, which, it was a 3-year loop, which the teachers didn't like. Because here's the other thing, they're not learning that content as well as they were if they're in 1 grade. And when so when the teachers are teaching,
Yeah.
when you go from 3 to 4, or 2 to 3, eye-opening.
Yep.
3 to 4, eye-opening. 4 to 5, forget it, the whole world has changed. So when you think about those teachers learning that content, I asked all of them, do you want to loop? Not one hand went up in the room because they all just want to learn the content and learn it well. They don't want to go wider, they want to be able to go deeper, so the kids are getting the skills.
I just want to note from all the emails, some children didn't have problems with transitions, in all fairness. And some children had a big problem with transitions. And we also heard that, from teachers, that, they were seeing wonderful things. But I want to caution about this, because from my own experience, when my child had an issue last year, and they had school avoidance, and I went into the school, I was told that they didn't see any of the behaviors that I was seeing at home. So I was like, how is that possible? So we have to validate that each child has a different experience, and we need to put that on the table. And we might not know what our neighbor is going through.
Yeah, I also, in all of these studies that I read, you don't always see the outcome today or tomorrow. It could be 10 years from now. Children need a stable foundation. Transition takes that away, and you don't know what that's gonna do to a person until later down the road. So that's also something we have to consider.
Is there also any information about building resilience in children because of the transitions? In other words,
Good transition.
right, if you have good positive transitions, doesn't that make your child more adaptable and ability to deal with stress and, I'm asking, is there anything? And maybe this is a question for Lisa,
there's no
right? You're the
study.
expert.
I am not the expert on transitions.
I don't know.
I wouldn't say that I'm the expert on transitions. What I will say is transition, as Stephanie just shared, is much different for every child.
That's right.
You may be struggling at home with your child to get them to the bus stop, on the bus, and then they're fine. So what is it? Is it a transition from the parent? Is it a transition to the bus? What is it? We don't know. So every child is different. What I have seen in transitions of what I've seen in the classrooms, I'm not seeing the transition, but we haven't had a transition year yet, right? But even coming in, most everybody was in a different building. And it was like they walked in and it wasn't anything different. So I am not the expert on transition in the school, though that's where you talk to the teachers and the principals because they see it every day and live it every day. And I think the one thing that I've heard from them is it's more of us looking from the outside in than what they're seeing in the classroom. So we don't know what's happening at the homes, right?
Right.
We don't know. There's school avoidance out to Yin Yang and it's starting even younger. We had a school avoidance presentation the other night and to hear some of the stories from parents was really interesting. But I think the thing that we have to think about is how is each family dealing with it? And is it impacting their learning at school or is it a separation anxiety? We don't know that. We're not the experts there.
Is there anything that we can do, and I'm assuming this is gonna add cost, to help the students that are struggling, that are seeing social workers? Is there any way that the social worker can follow the student through their?
So we have that set up already. So we have that in K1, Jen Artisana goes over to grade 2. So she's already with them, K1, she goes to grade 2 with them. 3, 4, 5, so Abby knows all the kids because as I've said multiple times, Abby's had all 900 of them. So from 3rd grade on, they've already been seeing Abby in BV because she's there all the time. So 3rd grade to 4th, 5th, they've already seen them. And then when they hit middle school, of course, they have the same school counts for the rest of the year. As far as moving mental health people, if we had a different band maybe, I would think about it, but it's too difficult to move when you have 2 grades. And I'm not saying that in a negative, I'm just saying if I was the K person this year, I'm K1, all of a sudden one's leaving, but I don't want to leave K, right? So you have to think about that. But I think we have set up transitions. My team has already started the transition process. They've already started meeting students, and I know they've set up a schedule with the principals. So I know we're far ahead of it, and I wanted that to start after February break because I figured that gives us 4 months to figure out what we need to do and do it well, right? So I think if I were to poll all of my mental health people, who do you see with transitions? I don't think I'm going to get a very large number. I think it'd be less than 5 fingers.
Wait, what?
If I were to poll the mental health
Yeah.
about transitions and who's struggling and what they saw,
Who as in?
a social worker, psychologist,
Who the
kids
are
in the
That's
building. Yeah, in the building. Like who is having that? Do we see that? And if we're not seeing it, then are we talking about us as adults? Because I know I struggle with transition. I said to Margaret earlier, I need a schedule. I need a plan. Every time I go and do something, it needs to be a plan. It's my personality. But are we talking about the kids? So again, I don't know. I don't live it.
You gotta have parent feedback for that, right? You can't just
I agree with you.
interview the kid in school.
Oh,
Right?
no, I
Kids
would
hold it
not.
together, right?
Well, we would never interview a kid.
No,
in
you know,
school.
based on the
Right.
interaction on the.
Exactly. It's how they're coming in, how are they interacting with
Parents need to be
peers.
involved in that conversation.
I agree, but we also have to take the parent's perspective that they're seeing as the kid leaves the
Yeah,
home
for
and
sure.
coming in, right?
Right,
So
yep.
that's that input. But then when they get into the school, is it typical again?
Right.
Right? Or is it, I don't want to leave daddy, I don't want to leave mommy?
I have a question really quick for you. As you
feel like I'm
mentioned,
not
the
talking.
transitioning, as opposed to a counselor working in a building,
Mhm.
what if you had the counselors working in 2 buildings so that they
I
could?
do. I just said that.
So then I'm
K1,
not
2.
following. Okay.
K1, 2 is my school counselor that goes K1, 2. Then I have one that goes 3, 4, 5. So Jen knows all the Ks up to 2nd. She hands them to Abby, who's already in EV. Abby then knows them 3 through 5. And they're in every classroom all the time.
So what was did you say?
The mental health people?
Yeah.
So they stay in a building. So I have a K1, a 2, 3, and a 4, 5. Now, if we wanted to look at a model, that was one of my proposals, is you add a third school counselor who would stay with them and everybody could loop every 2 years and follow their kids up to the middle school and then start pre-K again,
Yeah, okay.
right?
Thank you.
But the mental health people staying where they are really creates that foundation that you were talking about.
If you look at the research, it does say transitions could be stressful for students, but that's ambiguous because it really is the personality of the kid. I do think that you, with all of the emails that we receive, that you are not seeing what the parents are saying. And it's not just, I mean, I would like to look at some of the attendance data too.
Sure.
To see if that's an issue.
I think that's great feedback. What I would suggest, and I would really push for, if these are parents that are having these serious concerns that are sharing with you, are they sharing with the mental health team or the principal at the building? Because to me, it's great that they share it with you, but if they're not sharing that with a team that works with their child every day, I'm not sure how that helps them, right?
Well, some of them did say in the email.
Yeah, they're not sharing it with you, they're sharing it with
With the board, they're sharing with the board.
That's what I mean. That's
It's a board
what I'm
that-
saying. Is it, then what do you do with them? Do you get them back to the principal? Do you get them to the, I don't know, because I don't get the emails. So that's what I'm trying to figure out, because if I'm a parent, like I have been a parent, and my kids are way past college, and I've been emailing the school because we're looking for a new superintendent. I want to be part of that, right? But I'm emailing the school, but I'm also talking to other people on the side. You need to email those people that it's going to impact, which would be your school team, would be your mental health people, your principal, your school counselors. And I don't know if that's what happens. Do they go back to do you forward them back to the teams?
superintendent is usually, I mean, Dr. Laura's brand new.
Right.
But the superintendent's part of those emails,
Good.
and I would never reach out to
No,
Dr.
but I would-
Kramer and say, what are you doing about?
No,
That's
but
not
I'm
the
saying as
parent.
long
Yeah.
as someone has a conversation with a parent, I'd like to share this with so-and-so or so-and-so or so-and-so. So that way they understand that we have to become a team,
Yes.
right?
I just want to really add quickly, if I can remember what I was going to say. That was very good. Yes, it's very important that we know, because sometimes we don't know what's going on at home. So if a parent is reaching out to say that their child is stressed, you should say, please reach out to your building principal or your school counselor or the psychologist or whichever mental health clinician would be the best thing to do, because if they don't know, they can't help. If they see something in school, they are going to address it. I also want to say that, you know, we had a tremendous number of transitions last year to get ready for this. And I will absolutely give a shout out to all the teachers, all the TAs, all 3 principals who made that an outstanding experience for every child in this district. And they are looking forward to doing it again right now. I know the principals have already visited. The next step is kids. The other thing is the kid is moving forward with 120 friends. It's not like we're sending him to Croton and he's got to figure out a brand new school in a brand new district with nobody he's ever seen before. He's now, or she's now, I don't mean to be prejudiced there, moving as a group. They probably know lots more kids, and each year they will know even more children. So the transition becomes less and less impactful because they see themselves as part of a bigger social family, if
But
you
not
will.
every child does.
No,
Yeah, I
nothing
think
is ever
I mean,
true of
everything that I-
every or none. That's the truth, Alexis. It isn't ever gonna be every adult or every child, but it's also, you know, not gonna be nobody is gonna be happy by this.
I mean,
Oh,
I'm
no.
gonna
Nobody's
just
saying.
say, from a teacher standpoint, I never realized what the transition from elementary school to middle school, like, I didn't really think it was such a big deal. I mean, my kid had issues with it.
Yeah.
And I said
My cousin, his cousin had no issues with it. They're same grade, same age. They're night and day. They're 2 different kids.
That's exactly what I mean when you talk about transitions per kid. You have to look at each kid, right?
Right.
And I think working as a team and working as a collaborative team from the principal down to the teacher, down to the TA or whomever, the lunch monitor, right? That's all your team, and how do we get everybody involved?
So we're focused, which is so important to me, focused on mental health because we're in a mental health crisis. But there's actually, what can we do if we stay in this model? What can we do to prevent the learning loss that happens? So that's the educational piece, right? It's proven that every time children move to a new school, not just mental health, stress, anxiety, all of that, because some kids will never have that.
Correct.
But it's proven that actual learning loss happens. They start doing poorer in terms of their academic performance.
You're not gonna like my answer, and I'm sorry, because this is the way, I don't know that there's going to be learning loss. We
No,
have
but
studies,
you
we
know,
have, no,
because
no, we
there's
have studies, right, there's studies.
Yeah.
But did they study our kids, and have we had a transition yet? So that's what I'm saying, I personally would like to see where we end in June and where we start in September. Because I've seen the great things that are happening in the pre-K 1 building, that just astound me. Something that Margaret and I talked about, and she goes, I have to tell you what the first grade is doing. And when she told me, I was like, that's what I was talking to you about. She goes, exactly. So I know there's studies out there. And I don't mean this in any disrespect. I can find a study for everything, right? Because that's what it is.
But I can't find one that says that Princeton plan is beneficial.
I never said that. I'm just saying we can find studies that can go against anything, right? So there's pros and cons to everything. But I would like to see if we do this or we keep this model, whatever we do, what does that learning loss look like for the typical Hen HUD or the students in Hendrick Hudson?
Let's get the data.
I get anxious because again,
I know.
I get anxious.
Be special, like, we're not special, the data exists over time. What do we got, like, we're gonna have a magic formula that no one figured out yet? Are we doing something 100% different than every other district that's in the model to make certain that this doesn't occur?
I
Because when
think
we
right-
did the SWAT, right, one of the things that we were told by the other districts that did this plan was the fewer transitions would be better. You can get this to be a single transition as opposed to a double transition, that is preferred, right? Erica, you were on that, I'm not making that up, right?
That's true.
Right, so my question for you would be, what are we doing different than what everybody else does so that we don't fall into the same trap that everybody else has fallen in, that this has become one of their least favorite components of the model, right? I think it was Tarrytown was one of the ones that mentioned it. We didn't speak with the teachers at Austin. And Somers also, I think, said that fewer transitions seem to be better.
I mean, again, I have to say what Lisa said. It's not that we're special or unique, but I do think that the teachers and the 3 principals and all of Lisa's clinical staff are hypersensitive to that one topic and are just ever more focused on what they need to know about kids as they move up. So we have, we share a database with our kids that get extra services so that there's a seamless transition from one reading specialist or one math specialist to the next. The fact that they are talking to one another almost all of the time, and we will set formal transitions just the way we do with middle school and high school. So 5th grade always talk to 6th grade, 8th grade talk to 9th grade. They'll do the same thing here.
So are the parents aware of what the transition plans will be for their elementary school students? Do first grade parents know what their transition plan will look like for their first grade rising second graders for next year, and same for, would that be helpful
It would
for parents to
absolutely
have
be helpful.
involvement, know what is expected, so it could be spoken about at home? I'm asking, I realize I don't have a first grader, but I'm thinking I would like to know if I was a parent.
I can't say what the principals have shared, and I'm not sure anybody shared anything because they're not sure what you're all thinking.
I think that's why.
Everything is a
Okay.
little bit delayed.
Okay. Yeah, the parents know nothing, but I would say that that's probably on us, not on anybody else. Because they send home
Agreed.
information and then they told their kids and then they backtrack,
Oh, yeah, no, agreed.
right? So,
I think, can I ask that, we find out if there's children that are, just ask the question of them, I think the nurses and the principals, are there children crying? Are there children?
Yeah, I have that down as
Yeah.
a note to do.
Okay.
I will do that. I'm gonna talk to the mental health team, and I'll talk to the principals tomorrow, and then I'll reach out to my nurses team.
We will check attendance too.
Thank you.
okay, so let's move on to the financial comparison unless anybody else has anything. No?
I don't know. Are we still on the first
It's
one?
on my screen.
What does it say?
This is, I'll walk you through it and you guys can each, kind of.
Where do you have this?
I made
She pulled it from
myself.
the data from Friday night that.
Summarized.
We don't have it.
No. 'Cause I
I'm
was
pulling up
verifying
the email
up until the last
from
minute.
Friday, so I
Oh,
didn't see
this
that.
isn't,
So this is, follow me, and I'm sorry if I make mistakes or trip. Enrique, I'm gonna ask you to fact check me, if you have the information in front of you. And Margaret and Lisa both. So to stay in this model, this is from the information that was sent Friday.
This chart?
No, it's different.
Okay.
Let's listen.
And it may have changed since Friday, so feel free to throw that in. So staying in this model next year compared to this year, there's an instructional increase of $437,038. And that is for, and this is based on information given to me, 3 sped teachers, a music teacher, and a TA. That was the needs given.
Okay, so that has changed.
Oh, you really turned me up, buddy. I have not asked for 3 sped teachers. I asked for 1 elementary teacher and 1 secondary teacher. It was in my board consultation. I'm not sure.
There's a document sent to the board on Friday. I'll open it.
If we go, is this staying the model we're in?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so there wouldn't be any changes in the model we're in. There'd be 0 special ed changes.
We're not adding any staff. Your budget had at least one.
Yeah, you needed 3
For
more
the-
teachers.
No, I had a need for teachers if we go to the 2,
No,
the
no,
2
go back-
model.
Go back to
This
your,
model
go
as
back
is.
to your, go,
I'm
go back
opening
to
the
the budget.
spreadsheet.
Yeah, I had 1 for Frank G,
yes,
and I had 1 for the high school.
so it's one.
It's 1, but that is not even a guarantee, but we put it in the budget just in case the incoming Ks are larger than we thought.
Okay.
All right, I'll talk to the other.
I need to know this because that means the information that was given is incorrect.
So if you go back to the budget presentation, it was 1 of each, 1 in
No, not
secondary.
the budget presentation.
Okay,
We had asked for information on Friday for all financials. And I am seeing,
can I see that?
Yeah, yeah.
We have 3. That's what it says on the
It says 3.
summary.
it says 3.
It says 3.
What sheet are you looking
The
at?
one from Enrique's.
I think it's Enrique's financials.
Spreadsheet.
Yeah.
It's in-
It
Okay,
says
I wasn't in a
291.
meeting on Friday, so I sent an email that said I need total of 2, but except for the 2 K2 models. That's when we duplicate services. For this model, there's nothing new. There might be a possibility of 1 special ed teacher, but that depends on enrollment.
So you don't need any staff.
I need nothing. I mean, if you want to throw a school counselor at me, I'm not going to complain, but, you know.
But now do you understand why we're so
I know, I
frustrated?
just want my head.
I do, but I don't know where these numbers are coming from. Because I'm actually looking at the email that I sent to Enrique. Give me 1 second.
This is so
It
frustrating.
says, for this model, price out, all related services stay the same. So for the 3 K5 schools, we'd need 22 teachers, 29 TAs. So that's another whole thing.
2 teachers.
That's another model.
But that's a different model. So give me just a minute.
Focus on this.
For this
It's just-
model, you didn't send anything.
I did. So
Okay.
give me just 1 second,
All right.
okay?
So while we figure that out, there's a tiny instructional increase. I'm gonna say tiny because I don't know the number.
Okay, so actually in this
Music
model,
Teacher,
if you stay at the lower class size right now, you would end up losing a TA position.
wait, I have that. I'm getting there.
Okay, if you go to board policy class size, you can reduce 4 classroom sections. That's a savings of $391,000. And 2 TAs, a savings of 95 and change.
Oh, I have 1. Okay.
The music teacher is tricky because we may have other conversations from secondary, so I'm not ready to commit to that until we finish our conversations, because that's a district-wide position. So,
Oh, I thought that they were asking for a music teacher.
they were, but we're not finished looking at staffing K-12.
All right. So I can't answer what the increase in
Alexis,
instructions. Yeah,
I just sent you an email.
okay.
And what it says is everything is about restructuring. If we stay the same, we do not need anything new.
Okay.
The email before that was saying this is based on the K2 in the 3-5 building. So that's exactly what I sent to Enrique, so I'm not sure where the 3 teachers came from.
Okay.
Okay, so we're at 391 and 95 potential savings if we go down to our policy class
Class
caps.
Yes.
Just to,
Where-
Up to-
where?
up to
There is a
that.
potential savings.
yeah, that, yeah, where are
If you go, yes, correct. The differential on transportation is 291,812.
We have that.
200, wait, say that again, 291, 812?
Yeah,
That's,
That's the increase by, we're staying in this model, but we're improving things. We're gonna add some drivers, we're gonna add some buses, we're gonna make shorter routes.
But didn't,
Two nine one
we
eight
already
one
said
two.
that we're already taking care of the routes. Are we trying to reduce from 35 minutes then down to
Yes.
below 30 to get for an extra $300,000?
Correct, you can
Yes.
keep it as is for, well, we have to figure out the change in that cost, but you could keep it as is and not address.
So you could be at 0 and have no ride longer than 35 minutes.
But how about the bus monitors?
and also not even the bus monitors, I think, we have to make sure that the
Yeah, the bus
travel time-
monitors were in that
travel time
cost,
is
I think.
important.
Okay, because we don't need them,
And
right, if we get the buses. If
No, we
get-
need monitors.
For the
Gotta be
beginning of
monitors.
school, I think we decided that we,
We
I
wanted to
think you
some
wanna have
swing
monitors for
monitors.
where you need them.
Yeah, we didn't need
We
them on
did
the
the
bus.
full amount,
Okay,
we don't need 20,
no.
but we need her to have access to them in case the chauffeurs and the subs, in case there's an issue.
Yep.
I think we all agreed on that. And then the other thing is the ride times and the bus crowding. But we have to remember that the busing, what we did this year with the busing for Prince Land did impact the middle school and the high school busing.
Yes.
We resolved a lot of the issues at the middle school. Luckily, a lot of the high school kids drive, so we didn't hear from a lot of those parents. But that's something to consider. And then the other thing I think we consider here is that our goal is to have less than a certain number of students on a
Correct,
bus.
we had buses that were a little crowded, so we wanted to reduce ridership.
Have we done that with what we're suggesting with this current?
Yeah, because of the way she pulled them, there'll be some buses with 10 or 12 less because they're in the new bus.
So
we
at
have
no
reduced-
cost, so at no cost to us, we've already got reduced bus ridership, and we got reduced numbers under 35 minutes for all students. Right,
But
nobody's
those are
gonna be.
additional runs, right? It's important that we account for that.
But is there, so we're talking about mileage and gas then? Because we're not adding staff for
Probably,
this.
yes, it's an extra one, it have to be gas.
Right, so it's gas and mileage is what we're talking about for one bus for the year versus.
Well,
we're
some
probably
of
talking.
there's 2 or 3 buses that we did to fix all of them.
Okay, so let's say it's $10,000 a year in extra gas and mileage?
I don't think it's gonna be that much.
Appreciation? Yeah.
So it's
Okay,
certainly
so
not.
it'd be even less. I'm trying to be conservative and fair, right? So we could say the current model at $10,000, we could make it even better for students for another $300,000.
Correct. And if you compare next year to K-5 21-22, it's $653,319.
That's just with the big,
That's
that's big.
transportation, sorry.
That's
I'm
just-
leaving, I scrapped instructional because I'm fully confused.
Okay, but that's only the buses, not the vans.
That is the cost if you
Big buses.
compare next year
Yeah, big buses.
to last
And
year.
is this 291,812 is only big buses?
Correct.
Okay.
I think, I don't know,
Yeah,
I'm
no,
going
there-
based
it
on what I was
wasn't a
given.
van. Wasn't a-
I mean, nobody hold me to any of this. I'm literally going on what I
No,
was
we
given.
didn't,
I don't work
we didn't
here.
consider vans, and we didn't do that.
Okay, no vans.
Again, not to make the conversation more complicated, but like, we need this.
We actually need
How
the
are we
real.
supposed to make a decision without?
We can talk about options for sure, but I
Yeah,
think
we
we're gonna
have
need
to.
cleaned up numbers
I
for
think
the
we,
options
I think
that
we know that staying in this model next year has a transportation cost, right? And when you compare next year to 2 years ago when we were in community schools or whatever you wanna call them, it's a big difference in transportation.
Which is not what the community was told. That is
Yes.
not, and that's one of my, it's not what we were told. We were told that we were actually gonna be, that the state aid was gonna be higher, that we underestimated the mileage and the cost of, can't control inflation, but the cost has gone up there. But the community was told a whole different story, and we can't, why, how did this happen?
So-
It's not just that the state aid didn't deliver without, like, what we were told. There's a
They were never
bigger,
delivering that much.
there's a bigger issue going on here. What is going on that we can't?
Well, I will tell you that there are past reports and studies that show transportation for our district would be astronomical, and that's why past superintendents avoided this because of our geographic layout. If you look at the cost analysis that was done, it really does say that you're gonna run into these struggles.
It does.
It wasn't not there.
I think it even said, tell the
But I
kids to
can-
sit down and get comfortable while they wait.
Yes.
Was a quote in the thing.
Can I ask, is the
That was in the
transportation with the buses, that, like, do we
Yep.
need the two
Larry
additional
explained
buses?
it.
Or we don't need two additional?
If you want to go
Well, we
below
added
35 minutes,
routes.
Then we need the
extra
two.
buses. That, I think those.
And that number
right?
includes those
Yes,
extra buses?
And that
Okay, I just-
$290,000 is not a single year cost. That's going to be spread out because you have depreciation.
No,
of
that is,
buses.
it is, it's calculated down to the annual cost.
Okay,
Enrique,
so is that
the buses,
$290,000 per year?
I can
For
pull
how
up
many
the
years?
breakout.
But that's only to get below 35 minutes. If we stay at 35 minutes, no cost. And the cost is gas and mileage.
Right, but we also
Hold
have
on,
to.
is this below 35 minutes, or was this to get the 50 minutes down to 40 or
We wiped
45?
those out this morning.
So what is that, the now,
I have to
there's,
look at how many of.
now there's
It
nothing-
should be 35 or less. I think we got rid of all the 40s and 50s. That they want.
Yeah, because I don't think she ever redid the bus runs to be regionalized, which she knew she could make some, which we would
Look at.
hopefully do anyways, no matter which model we go to.
Yes.
'cause
I'm actually not convinced of the, and I don't know this, but I'm actually not convinced that they weren't built with the misconception that the kids had to be on the bus a certain amount of miles to get the state aid.
Yeah.
I think there was a misconception when these were, when the routes were made.
I will lose my
No.
mind. That happened.
No, no, no,
I
no.
will, I will.
You didn't vote on it with that information. I voted on it with that information.
Yeah.
No,
That
in that
miscommunication.
sense, no.
I
The
will lose it.
way,
We're in a worse position.
Yeah,
because we
well, I just
got
mean
bad
because-
data and voted on it.
Yeah, no, I just mean lose my mind if we paid grown-ups to use kids like commodities to try to offset bad
I-
choices and justify.
I know that Enrique and Lisa, I know you have said that that's not the case, but if you go back and you listen to how Larry and Lee had explained it, there is a strange, it's really hard to understand because I think the original way it was presented to the board originally was that they had to be on the bus for a certain amount
number
of
of
time.
miles.
No.
Number
It was
of
miles.
And then we clarified that it was from their home to the school.
Mile and a
That
half.
came
Yeah,
later.
it was a mile and a
That
half.
came later.
It was
Mile and a
a
half.
discussion.
in order to be able to get state aid, then the house has to be a mile and a half.
As the crow flies, right?
No,
No, on the
no, no,
actual-
as a
As
mouse.
a route, okay.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
So it's not a radius. It's
No, no, no,
the
it's
actual
a
road
natural.
time. Okay. Thank you.
So the picture is that it's an increase in transportation and,
And a potential decrease in,
right,
depending on what caps we go to.
right,
We have to make we're gonna have to make a decision on that too, I think,
right.
Yeah, I think that needs to be made, so they know.
for our budgetary
Yeah,
reasons.
no matter the model, whatever we
No matter,
pick,
yes.
we've got to
Yeah,
decide.
that has
what's
Some
best.
that are
Yeah.
different.
Unless we decide to keep them low for another transition and then bump it again, I mean, but we have to decide yes or no regardless of what we decide.
Yeah. Same
It's like
thing
a
with
separate
the
choice.
teach- the music teacher. At some point, decide,
At some point,
yeah, not far.
not yet.
It's like a piano teacher.
All right. So, what?
So 291 is the number, but we're gonna validate if that's necessary based on if these improvements work.
Wait, what's,
291 additional is the number for transportation to fix it with aids, blah, 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 unless we're able to determine in another couple of weeks that the simple fixes that were implemented now are gonna solve the problems.
Correct. That would be to
that
get
would be
under
assuming that
35
all the
minutes.
problems live in those 3 bus routes.
No, we looked at the whole list. We did survey on everything, that's what we were going on.
And it's regardless, it's how much over last year? For,
That
Over
number-
last year,
yeah,
That's
the current cost over last year cost, transportation,
That's what you said.
341.
341. And then 291 is this potential other one.
Correct. Figure. Which, yeah, which is 653. Option 2 is 2 pre-K through, is everyone okay if I move on?
Yes,
Go ahead.
please.
Two- 2 pre-K to 2 buildings and 1 3 through 5. I'm gonna list the benefits. These are from our administration. Keep testing years together, limit transitions to 1. Kids stay put for 3 years. Potentially reduces parent pickup. Negatives are it splits foundational grade levels. Planning for professional development and collaboration is much harder.
And that was the one with,
So I think it's
FGL
important,
was 3, 4, 5.
FGL's 3 through 5, and then we'd have the 2 schools on the outskirts. I think it's important to, if you're gonna shift from current model to this model, I think you have to make sure that you're actually improving things that we want to improve. So I would, ask you guys to weigh in on what are we achieving by switching from current Princeton to this version? So obviously one less transition, as it's stated already.
I think one of the, sorry, I know like one of the struggles at the smaller elementary schools, so really outside of Frank G, was there weren't a lot of sections at each of those schools within the grade. So this is kind of nice. You have 4 sections except for obviously pre-K, which seems to align with how teachers seem to be collaborating right now. Not saying there's not potential for better. And it keeps younger kids closer to their home, which is
Shorter bus
parent
convenience.
a parent desire. So happy houses make happy kids. So
This is the model Byram Hills uses, right? They're a
Yes.
K2, 3, 5 model.
Except we have 2 buildings.
We have 2 buildings. They do it in 1, right?
So perhaps this is more desirable for
The community.
the community, for not just the kids in it, but for people who may move here, right? It's less amount of schools. Are there any other, things that are kind of advantageous about this over?
We talked about keeping the testing grades together, right?
Yep, 3 through 5 is testing grades, yep, that was mentioned.
I think the big negative is having the UK split up. I mean, I'm not saying but it's a negative. I mean, I think the UBK teachers, I'm sure they collaborate since those are the only kids that are of their grade. Just
Are
something,
we-
you know.
And like I pointed out 2 weeks ago, if you get picked for the lottery and you're, the school closest to you already has 18 kids, you may not get your home school, so you're not getting the 4 years there, depending on how the lottery works out.
But wouldn't you also might get a provider instead of the school? Like you might not get the school anyway, might you get the provider?
Yes, all potentials, yeah.
But under, just, Margaret, in the, when you don't even pull a lottery for that, if we went to this kind of a model, can they suggest they went to their home school and you can pull that way, so they're only in?
They always have a choice. So this year there are 3 choices. The parents rank them 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
And I can tell you, in many cases, based on where they live, that's the first choice that they have. So you might imagine that it would be similar. So let's pretend we had the 2 collaborators and the split. We would have the 2 collaborators and BB or Ernest Woods, and they would pick.
Could you put both pre-Ks in one elementary school?
Not do.
Well,
And Frank G, I
It would
thought.
fit, it would fit in Ernest
It
Woods.
actually doesn't fit in the FGO works. What are we
No,
doing?
no, well, you wouldn't do those because they're
That's-
3,
you have to
5.
go
So
back
it'd
to
be
the
one of the other
class
2.
size policy thing. That's the one, right?
So could you put it here? There's space in that
So
that
this
building.
is class.
Could potentially put
This
another
is
room in
what
each
policy.
school.
This is
But-
to the max. I'm sorry.
Potentially yes, is the answer? Okay.
I don't know.
Both,
I agree with Jen that the collaboration is a huge
It
piece.
doesn't change.
I don't know if you're, and I'm gonna be obnoxious here. I don't know if you're not a teacher, if you can fully understand the power of that collaboration, which is why so many of our teachers this year have kind of felt like this has been the dream team, if you will. And they are reluctant to let that go because there is power in that opportunity. And you can choose to not care about that, but you can't deny that that is what's happening.
I don't think we don't care about it, but is it structured collaboration? Do they have goals?
It is-
And do they create
I
a
would say
product
it's-
at the
I
end?
would say it's both structured and informal.
So maybe it would be nice if, since it is structured, that, you know, they could, maybe the principals, we've been asking for principal presentations. I mean, I know not now, but in the future, it could be part of the principal's presentation so they can shine what they're doing.
That would be fabulous.
well, I also think if you have UPK in each building, while it separates them, it gives that child more time in one place. Right? It's just a, it's not, just a note, right? I mean, right. Yeah,
You could
It's
look
just
at
an
it both
option.
ways. It's and I'm just thinking of it because I see them in action. And you see the collaboration, you see the kids pushing in, and they are part of that community. I hate to see it split up, because there's only 2 of them.
Didn't we also say that there was potential that we could expand the UPK program?
I dream of that.
Yeah, but would this model give you the ability to expand seats in-house?
If you
Hiring teachers.
approve that.
But is there
No.
room? I think it's
Yes.
there.
You know, there
yes,
is, there's
there's
23 and there's 24.
Is that what you think?
Yeah, is there
It
room?
would
Like
be
if the state
Yes.
funds you a little bit more
Yes.
and it's not a cost to the taxpayers,
There
we could
is-
add, or we get a provider to rent a
Right, we
classroom.
could rent a classroom to a
So
collaborator.
we could offer more seats.
So can I ask one question? Can you do that with the current model too?
Yes,
We don't have room.
yes, we do.
That's,
Frank G, we have room. Absolutely.
Oh, yes.
Where?
Move people around.
Yeah, but then now you have 2K classrooms without bathrooms.
Yeah. You just
Well,
said you
that's-
should take care of that.
Go back to that.
Yeah, that's a whole.
That's why I asked. Is that important?
I want to add one thing that we didn't read here. On any model that moves us away from where we are currently, because someone asked the question in that you guys emailed questions to us and we diligently wrote them out and shared some responses together today. So once we move away from the grade banding, we have questions about STEM and science. Don't know if we can repeat that model. We have questions about the keyboard program that Juliet Sorcelli is now using at BV. We would have to replicate that several times over for 2nd grade. I don't know what happens with the kitchen. So we have things we have to think about as we go back to separating grades, a common grade in 2 or even in 3. And we can't dig deep into that until we know what we're gonna do, but I want you to be aware of that. The libraries have to be dismantled, regurgitated, and put back in whatever form we need, depending upon how the buildings are reconstructed, so to speak. So all of that are things that we need to think about.
The other things that, you asked in your question, is ICT offered at each school for each grade? Of course, my answer is gonna be yes, but you won't like the number. Jen and I had this conversation today, when she called me, she goes, make sense of this. I said, well, if you have 2 sections in every grade, an ICT and a skills, you have to duplicate it. In my mind, we would want to duplicate that along with the teaching assistants, and that would give you everything. Or we go back to the old way, which we know parents didn't accept, and parents didn't move their kids and didn't get the special ed.
I know that this is all depending on who's where, but right now we have ICT, there's gotta be a different way to do this. We have ICT and ICT skills on every single grade level?
No, not in every grade level. So
you're
right now,
you're duplicating
as if we did.
as if you did, so there's 2, 2, 2, and 2.
There's kindergarten, 3rd grade only has 1 section of ICT, but 5th grade has 3 sections. So it depends on the kids, it depends on what that year is. And I'll be honest with you, 1st, 2nd grade this year, we had to take Luann out of the consultant teacher model and put into an ICT because of the fact we had so many kids move in.
Right.
So we have to be careful. So that's why I always say,
Into special ed?
I'm sorry?
So many kids move into special ed?
No, they moved into the district. So we have to
Say that before and everyone poo-pooed me. We had kids move into the district? Like
yeah.
that we had to change the structure?
Yeah, we had like 2 or 3 kids move in, which pushed our numbers over. So we have to be very careful about that, because even if we're at numbers, let's say we're at 16 in 4th grade, that's 2 sections. But if we get another 5, we're up to 3 sections. So we have to be really careful. But then you also have to look at class size, because you don't really want a class size. There's no regulation that says you can't have more than 50%. But I really wouldn't want more than 50, 51%, because if they're a skills class, then half the class is gone for half the day.
How many are in 4th, how many ICT, we have this number? I don't have, how many ICT students are in with 1, because we have 1 in 4th grade, correct?
1 in 3rd grade.
No, we have 1 in 3rd and 2 and 4.
3rd grade, how many of those students are ICT students?
They're all ICT skills.
They're all,
Mhm.
okay, and then in the 4th grade, one of those classes is ICT skills and one of them is regular
Correct.
ICT?
Mhm.
All right, and
And
they're,
same thing in 5th, you have 1 ICT and you have 2 skills.
So I think it'd be helpful for people following at home to understand the difference between the two.
That's wonderful. So an ICT class, they're on their IEP for 4 hours and 40 minutes of being in an ICT class, which that means is they're with a gen ed teacher, a special ed teacher, and our model at Hendrick Hudson, we also include a teaching assistant, but they are not on the IEP. Then an ICT skills is a gen ed, special ed, and a TA. They're in the classroom for 2 hours and 40 minutes, and then they're in a special class of an 812 with a teacher and a TA for 2 hours a day. They're working on skill building, maybe doing some front loading, preparing and getting ready for a reading. So when they go into the classroom, they have the confidence for reading, or math, doing some math to get ahead. So it's all that front loading or reviewing. So that's the difference between the two. Then we have the consultant teacher model where we have one teacher now traveling between BV and Furnace Woods to work on kids, and that's a 200-minute model a week. We can make that more if necessary. And then you have the resource room model. Fortunately, this year, we don't have kids in resource. Christina could cover that as well. But the bottom line is those are the models we have and we need because we have such different learners.
Can I ask with the real quick, because it goes back to what we talked about, classification, you're saying the kids that moved in, you had to split the second grade and add it.
Correct.
Those were not our own children that we classified?
There might have been one or two, but we had quite a few move-ins in first grade and second
That were
grade.
classified.
We're finding that more kids are coming in either from Ossining, Peekskill to us, and it's happening throughout the school year too. We're seeing a higher number coming in.
They're moving here.
Do you think they're moving here for our special ed programs?
Of course they are. You just set me up. That was like a, what do they call that when you hit a tennis?
Right, because I'm right, because we're able to offer such a robust special ed program. So now for special ed families,
We don't send kids out of district.
Right.
My first day on the job, everybody said we need more special ed. We had ICT and we had resource room or ABC. That was it. And the kids had to fit in one of those 3 models, and if they didn't, then they didn't stay in the district.
And any departure from what we have right now means that we're gonna have to go back to the way it used to be, where we're sending kids across district.
It could be that.
No, not according to this chart.
Well, you mean the pre-K two? No, if I have my way, you would keep pre-K two.
But you just said it's gonna be really expensive.
It will be.
Maybe-
How much
maybe
is it, Jen?
I'll tell you. how
One
much it
point
is.
something million dollars.
1.3.
prohibitively expensive.
Yeah.
So the
Worst case scenario.
It is worst case, because I
Yeah.
doubled everything just to have
Yeah.
the worst case scenario.
So, hold on, so if we're gonna talk financials, this is what I have listed for this model. And I know that we're gonna lower it because this is the extreme. And
Unless
there's
you
that
just wanna
one
get
floating possible music teacher, we're not sure about.
For this one.
There's a request for an assistant principal. Can I ask why?
If the number goes to, what was it?
Is there a?
Where's the one with the number of students? It's 400.
454
Yeah,
students in a 3, 4, 5 testing school.
So right now we're at 400?
454.
No, 454.
Oh, I'm on the wrong page.
It's on
The
the
second
other
page.
sheet.
This is the second page.
It's on this-
What was the number?
454.
Oh, so you need,
Yes.
okay, so we have,
I mean, I'm just suggesting that might be a bit, if you go to that configuration, that building might require a little bit more support than one administrator.
okay. One classroom teacher. Maybe not, depending on class size. That's not sped. Sped is 7 additional teachers, 14 additional TAs, no reduction on OT, and 1 additional counselor.
Correct.
to replicate
So
both.
if you did all of that, it's $1.788 million.
So one of the things that I don't know, Dennis, if I'm speaking out of turn, there may be some movement within that helps us that already incurred costs that are not going to incur more costs. So that's something we look at. But no, that is, I'm not sugarcoating anything. If you want to make sure the kids have this duplicate program,
The same program they're getting right now.
correct, you would need it in both buildings to
It's
replicate.
It's availability. It's
Well,
availability.
yeah, I was gonna say,
It's
be
worst
careful
case.
how you phrase that, because you don't wanna say that you're taking it away. It's just not.
No, it's just worst
Yeah.
case scenario, so we can replicate what we have.
Can I just ask one question? Why isn't that number included in our savings then?
What?
Right, because it's the opportunity cost of not having to do that. We're saving
Oh, I see.
X number of $1 million because we're not going to that other model. So to stay in this model, we're technically saving $1.7 million.
So you're saying in the
Am I
first
missing
one, that should be an opportunity, because you're not spending 1.7.
Well, if that's the
Replicate it
case,
3
it
times
would be also in the K-5.
That's correct. That's correct, right? We would have savings. If you have to replicate it 3 times now, the savings over the.
But it's the same to say additional cost than cost avoidance. So you are starting from a flat and
But I
additional
asked,
cost.
last time we talked, and I think in my emails too, I asked for cost avoidance. So opportunity cost, right? What is the cost avoidance that we're saving by staying in the current model versus going to the other model? You're talking about a significant cost savings,
Which is,
right? Because
is
it's
the
also
same as saying
additional
additional
programs.
cost.
But then there are also additional programs that we could implement that we don't have to replicate in 2 or 3 different schools, which now if we want to do a new STEM program, you don't have to do it 2 or 3 times, right? And replicate that now with 10 or 15 programs we want to do becomes a significant opportunity cost that we're saving, so cost avoidance, correct? So I would like that number to be included when we think about what it's going to cost to go to a different model.
This is also worst case scenario. It's worst case scenario.
Yep.
And I don't understand
Does
why.
every
there's no-
district offer every program in every building? I
they
mean, I
don't.
feel like,
Well, we don't have E&L here.
But if we're
So-
talking about, if we're
Because
talking
you-
about equity and
And because you didn't want to have busing back and forth, we said just replicate it.
So I think the other thing is we would add busing
Moving
to
the
you even
kids
more,
or not.
because then you're gonna bus kids from wherever they are
But
to
we
wherever the
used
program
to.
is. I'm sorry?
but we used to.
But that's-
I'm not
Our
saying we
transportation is
didn't.
comparative to
Right,
that.
but what I'm also saying is that you are now gonna have families that, don't consent to services because they don't wanna move. That will be back to where we are in square
Looking at
one.
I was there.
I'm not saying that you were, I'm just saying you're gonna have families that don't consent, and we're then, again, we talked about the test scores.
But then they get other services, they're just,
No, if the recommendation on the IEP is ICT XYZ ABC, that's the recommendation.
so then, but they don't get services in replacement?
No, because the committee made the recommendation. That's really what the law is. Yes, that's what the law is.
Come on, that's not what we do with Hendrick Hudson. If there's a
Well,
child that
then
needs.
replicate the two.
No, if there's a child that needed, if we go back years ago, and there's a child or children that need ICT,
Mhm.
and the parent says, no, I don't want to transition my child from their home school and put them in another school, we still give them services.
After speaking to our attorneys, we don't. We follow the program that's on the IEP. We would probably give them their OT, PT, and speech, which we've done. But
So you
we,
don't give them resource room consult, none of that?
no, because they need more than resource room. That's why they're being recommended to an ICT program.
That's not true.
Okay.
We definitely support our students no matter what. You're saying that we don't give them services to replace the need for ICT.
I'm gonna tell, I
We
don't
don't
have that
allow-
issue now. So right now, the answer is no.
How about 12 months ago?
Is this,
12
yeah,
months ago, no, we didn't do that. If kids didn't take services, we
so
didn't
when did
move
you
them.
change this policy?
Probably 2 years ago, we met with our attorneys.
Oh my God.
Mhm.
My only point was that it would be a departure of the level of service that students are currently receiving. Okay, that was my only point.
In those three grade levels.
Yeah.
And then, can I ask a question why is there no E&L in Frank G. Lindsay or Furnace Woods?
You were just reading the chart wrong, so the dash is just that they don't need a full-size classroom. That's what the bottom of that chart refers to, how many more full-size classrooms, and if you look at the revised, you see I changed the language
Yes.
to say that, because I saw that you were confused by it. We have an ENL teacher in each of the 3 buildings right
Okay,
now.
well, that's what the whole entire community was confused by that. Literally, it was on Facebook.
The whole entire community was confused by
That
what?
they thought we were not servicing an E&L. But it's clear, other classroom units, got it.
So, going back, so was there any other options for special ed that could?
You could put them all in one building, but that would be a problem when it comes to state testing. I mean, I don't think it would be an appropriate
Yeah,
way
but
to
they're
do
not
it.
state testing in
Is there-
3.5.
It does,
I'm K1.
it doesn't matter, because here's the deal, when you're reporting numbers, you're gonna see a very bad-looking building, according to demographics. If you have all special ed or all ENL in one building.
But they're not
That's a
testing.
It's
problem.
not because of testing.
It's still,
Yeah, but it's not because of.
Okay, take out the word testing and just do, then you run your building. You have a whole special ed building,
Mhm.
that's a problem.
I think BV used to be years ago, way before your.
All right, go read the thing that Alexis
I was
sent.
gonna say, it's in that.
Just go read what Alexis sent over the weekend with the Title VI. Because we have to be careful of that.
So sorry, I'm going back
that's
to
okay.
skills ICT, because I want to make sure. Skills is basically, simple terms, it's more of a pullout
Yeah,
than.
it's a mix. It's both. So it's 2 hours in the regular class, and then it's pull out for 2 hours and about 40 minutes to work on the skills, to either review for the day, prep for the next day, or work on IEP goals.
And there's no possibility for one class to be able to be fit as skills and I'll say regular, but I know
One
that
teacher, you mean?
well, I mean, it may be a different, an added support, but could an ICT class, a standard ICT class, I'm not saying it right, but, and then could you add a skills component into that as well, that could make this more feasible?
You could, but then you also would change an IEP, so a kid in ICT would get 2 hours of direct service a day, because that's when the special ed teacher would be in there. And then they would either have 2 hours and 40 minutes with no support, or you can do indirect and hire another TA. But then we also have to be careful of class size. So if I have, let's say 16 kids in 3rd grade, I can't put them I can't put them in one classroom and still be 2 teachers.
Is this a reasonable solution or not?
It could be, we have to look at our numbers, like maybe with the little ones, if there's not as many of them, we can talk about that, but I have to get parents to buy into that,
Okay.
of
I'm
2
just-
hours on an IEP.
I don't really like the idea of shipping kids across, like, I
Agreed.
like the idea they stay, that's the whole
Mm-hmm.
compromise on this, so.
Right.
But if, I don't know if there's an.
I have a
It
question
does.
that's off the special ed, so does anybody else?
I have a question for special ed.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay,
How many students are in special ed in elementary school?
off the top of my head.
Roughly.
Figure you have 2 sections, K1, 2. So figure you have at least 9 in each section, so it's 9 times 6, 54. And then you have 1 in 3rd, 2 in 4, and 3 in 5. So I just lost my math, 2 fours. 54, and then you have 40, 48, so about 100 and something, 170 outside. And that's with ICT, that's not ABC and 12s. Yes.
10% of our population.
Our classification rate is high in this district.
Plus, because that's when the time we can see and.
Right, that's,
Yeah.
What do you attribute that to?
I have a couple theories. One, I think, is with our bilingual population, we're quick to classify, even though we as a PPS know they need 3 to 5 years to get language. But it's just a constant battle, so we don't battle that. You know, we want to make sure the kids are getting what they need. I think it is also the fact that sometimes our kids don't get the services until later. And I think that really impacts them, like they're not getting them K1. Ellen and I were just talking about what is our rate for referral in K5, and it looks like it goes like this. So of course, COVID has just gone like this. We really haven't seen the drop since COVID, and we won't for another 5 years. We won't, because these kids still did not get any pre-K services. And there's kids that aren't getting them still to this day, because there's no providers out there and everybody is closing doors.
Go ahead, the other question.
okay, we done with special ed?
It's you.
Okay, so I think my biggest issue with this 2 pre-K to 2 schools is that it involves redistricting. And I don't want to minimize how significant that would be for our district. I think it's a possibility, but it's a significant change and it needs to be done carefully and it needs to be thought out. And it can't be I don't see how that could be a hasty change.
The volume of work that you would expect to see in the district, what it would take, like, who to do it,
who's gonna do it, what's the goals of it, like, did we not achieve our goal here, looking at what we are looking at?
Didn't they sort of do it? I mean, it says K-3, oh.
We have it in there.
Yes.
Numbers.
I mean, we're not redistricting the entire district, that's a whole nother conversation. If you're redistricting the entire school district, then you're gonna have to have an outside person come. Because none of us are gonna be, we're not gonna be able to, what we did here was a suggestion by neighborhood and zip code, it was very simple. It kept, the whole neighborhoods are kept totally together. I don't know how you could redistrict and hire a
We say
professional.
K through 3 though.
Yeah.
These say K through 3, I don't know why, we have to ask Benita.
So I think it's just the title that looks
I
like
think the
maybe
max
changed,
is
because it
still-
says
But I'm
number
saying
one,
as far
number
as the-
two, but.
But as far as what was recommended, it's not complex, it's neighborhoods.
Yeah.
It's not complex. What we had before in community schools was complex. That was complex. This is not, it's literally by zip code.
We have that.
It's keeping neighborhoods together. That was the goal.
Okay, seems easy enough to redraw the map. I'm saying that it could be more complicated. And I think we threw out this idea 2 weeks ago. We haven't heard anything from parents about their thoughts on it. I think it's a data point where we have not collected community feedback
On
on.
redistricting?
Yeah,
Well, we've heard from a lot of communities that said, we would appreciate you keeping our youngest children close to home, right? And they understand that there's only 2 of them, so we would have to re-split this.
I think the community would deserve seeing what the map is gonna look like and being able to
Oh, no, no,
chime
I'm
in
not
and
saying
give
what
feedback.
they deserve and don't. I'm just saying that people have communicated to us that they are willing and appreciate us looking at these models.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, and I'm not saying that this couldn't be the solution that we need. I'm just saying that the community deserves the full transparency of seeing what we talked about with
Of course,
what's out here.
of
Yeah.
course.
Would, quick question, would we be able to get diversity numbers based on the proposed
It's here.
districting
It's here.
model?
It's
Is
here.
it?
Here. Yeah. You go to, I think we have it.
Okay, so K through. So we're
Page
talking about,
10.
There's 2 changes. There's 2
there was
projected.
one that, where there was a map missing, right?
Page 9 and
And that was the
10.
3 through 5, which is what we're, K2 and 3 through 5, which we're talking about. I don't see a map for that.
I don't
I
think
can
it
tell you
matches. I think the map is the same.
The map is the same? Okay.
Yeah, this is just the numbers that reflected that.
But it's, there's no side by side of what it is today versus
This
what it could
doesn't
be,
have our-
right? Don't we need like a side by side?
Need the transparencies and lay over them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of
this
need to
is
see,
missing
okay, so
information.
what is, you know, K through 2 look like compared to now? Like because I think with the grade banding model, it's just one number. But I kind of want to see that over
We have
this.
that. Don't we have that?
I don't know, I don't remember seeing it.
Say that
From a diversity perspective, like, does
Well,
this
you wanna-
districting,
Well, this
as
is,
it stands today,
so this
Did that
is,
change?
this is the total K2, this is the percentages, and this is how they would be broken down.
right, so where's our current models?
Well, this is all of K2, so you don't really have to do your current models, because all of your K2 is all of your K2, like that would be your whole body, your whole.
Yeah, okay, no, I
But I
get
think-
that, but they're in 2 different schools, right? So-
Correct, so now they're,
Oh, I see what you're saying, how it compares to the total,
yeah,
okay, that makes a lot more
but we're
sense.
still missing information, because we're missing some breakdowns that I think are probably most important for us to be talking about. Socioeconomic, right?
Yeah, there's no socioeconomic
Yeah, well, they
here.
do economically disadvantaged.
We have that here.
But only,
Otherwise-
yeah, but only on one model, not on the page 9 and 10, which is the model we're
Oh.
talking about right now. I think we just have to ask.
Page 4 has it, but none of the other ones did it.
Yeah, I think.
No, page 7 has it.
So, but then if you go to page 9,
Yeah,
and you talk about option 2, it doesn't. So
Right.
it's, I think it's somehow we just lost it.
Well,
So,
it actually doesn't change from that page 7, if I'm reading it correctly.
well, you have different number of
If I'm looking at
kids, right?
page
Oh,
9,
it's a different, no.
Because that's a K3 model, so now you're going to
Okay,
K,
great, interesting.
yeah, so I think it's just,
I'm great off.
yeah.
yeah, I think if I look
Eva
at,
said
if I look at page 9,
K to
Right.
5 does not have any value changes.
None.
None.
no.
Right,
Only slides 3 through 10 have the 2 different boundary changes.
Okay, so if I'm looking at slide 9, talking about the option we're talking about now, there's a big discrepancy in schools between Hispanic and white.
I'm sorry, what
And
page
also,
is that?
page 9,
And there's no economically disadvantaged
and there's
data.
no economically disadvantaged number here to understand that. My concern with going to the two school model is that you would create more controversy and separation in the community than we would like.
And it did not really achieve a whole lot.
Wait, what do you
It's not
mean?
to achieve.
What do you mean?
This looks,
It's like 30
I
people.
see a big
It's not,
discrepancy.
you can't go by percentages. Look
No,
at,
you can't.
look at
Look at the
Bonnie's
number of
story.
people. It's
Look
30
at-
people spread across 3
Yeah.
grades. You're talking about, it's
It's
like-
30 people, right?
not per classroom.
What are they looking
We have to look at the grade as a whole.
I think
right?
he's looking at like slides 7 and 9, I
Is
think.
it-
No,
where-
I've got 9. I'm only looking at
The
9.
two pre-K, 1, 3, 5 model, huh?
Right on our
K2 at BV and
document,
Furnace Woods and 3-5 at FGL is page 9.
That's page 10,
And look, Corey, it really balances out. I think you're really
option
we're
2.
microing here.
I think we might need this socioeconomic.
We do,
Yeah,
and
we
it
need
do,
more
but-
numbers. It just doesn't.
Look at this, Corey, just listen, hear me out, because you know this is just as important to me as it is to you, okay? I want to make that very clear. When you say Hispanic here and it says 99, and then 65, then you look at multiracial and it's 8 and 20, and then you have white, the numbers are not, we're not talking 100 kids here, it really is similar.
I don't see the socioeconomic
They don't have that.
diversity.
it's actually closer than it was in the original K through 5.
Yes,
It is.
yes,
Yes.
yes, much.
So I'm saying we're still,
I mean, I think if you're sitting in a classroom, it's all gonna look very
But
similar.
but if you look at the overall, like, how does it compare to the overall number?
That's slide,
Last
that's
page.
slide 2.
Which one?
Our current Princeton Pay model, is that what you're looking at?
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
I get what you're saying, Corey, but
We've all talked about it's never gonna be perfect, like it's never gonna, I mean, the only way is, and not that it's perfect now, but like, what we have is, this is a, how do we compromise? This is a compromise.
but why do we have, I don't understand we have to compromise. We're talking about potentially a higher cost going to this model because we're gonna have that 1.8 million for. We are not gonna have
oh, it's
the
a lot
best
more expensive
opportunity.
if you mirror the two
I thought we were
schools.
gonna let everybody finish before we interrupt.
I thought I was helping you, I'm sorry,
No,
Corey.
thank you. I don't see in this model how it gives us the best opportunity for true diversity in the community. I don't, I mean, I see that it's better than the K through 5, right?
Fair.
It's in between this and the grade banding model. So the question is, are the transitions more important than diversity, equity, and inclusion? And, you know, again, we talked about E being 2 E's, equity and equality, right? So I just struggle when I see these numbers, you know, you're talking about them as, you know, small numbers. I don't see that. I see in the grand picture, it isn't just about racial diversity. It's about socioeconomic diversity. It's about
We don't
religious
have that,
diversity.
we don't have that number.
I know we don't. And I think we're missing that. And my gut feel is that we're not giving diversity, equity, equality, and inclusion the best opportunity if we don't stick with the grade banding model.
So we have to then consider that we have heard from hundreds of parents that are talking about things, the concerns and issues that they're having have to become a very, very high priority because this was addressing some of those concerns. Right? So we cannot dismiss those concerns because we think that one thing is more important than another thing, because every child is a child and every child has an experience. So we can't dismiss those children that are not, I think we're addressing some of the transportation issues.
Yeah.
But I think we also have to address that we're moving kids farther away from their homes, right? It can't be dismissed. I think that's why we're here. I don't think anyone should be surprised that we're here trying to explore all these options because I think it is important. And like I said before, I look at
we each live in a different zip code, right? So our zip codes look different and our neighbors look different. And we embrace our neighbors, no matter where they are, whether they're whatever color, socioeconomic, whatever. Like I bet you my block has a lot of more socioeconomic diversity than your block does, right?
This is not a personal comparison.
But-
Please don't make it that.
Corey, when you talk about regions, it's like, these are neighborhoods of people. So we all live in our neighborhoods. I don't know, it's an irrelevant conversation. I'm not gonna have this conversation because you're granular and we're away from the transitions for students and we're away from the transportation and we're away from all the other issues we've got hundreds of emails on. So
It's also a 3-year conversation.
it is exactly, the
It's
other three are the
It's 3
same.
of 14 with
Yeah.
UPK, right? It's 3
Youngest kids.
of the youngest kids who are having the, probably,
They're the most,
right,
they're the
every
most-
time they move to a new classroom, it's almost a brand new experience at that age, right? So you're not talking about like some deep-rooted component of education where no one's gonna look different or behave different or have different cultural enrichment opportunities to share within the classroom because there's a literal handful of one segment of the population versus the other, whether we're any of the numbers, right? It doesn't matter which one you're picking. The only one that would really be of interest to me to see here if it was very, very, very different, because these are all within a pretty normal range of variation, right? It could vary by grade, right? Do we not hold a kid back because now that grade is not going to look the same because they're like, at some point, these are very, very comparable numbers, but the socioeconomic component of it is incredibly important.
It is.
And I'm fairly surprised that it's not included.
Mhm.
I don't even understand how this got put on the table without it there, to be frank.
We probably have it, it just probably
Yeah.
in the paper.
These added slides are new, right? Like we did.
They're new, we didn't do that
Yeah.
on Friday.
We just have to ask.
So I think we have to also come back real quick to the financial component. If we're not mirroring, how much are you talking, how much could you be? So my point is that this model is way too expensive, right? Like this is,
In the assumptions that we made.
that's what I mean.
In the replication.
But if it's the one we're gonna narrow down, we'll talk about.
So if you're going,
Pencils, because we know what we can do.
we would need to know that because I could tell you right now, sadly, because I'm really sad, I thought that this was gonna be great and help our community. We can't afford this, right? Like I said this 20 times in the last week, but if my husband loses his job, I'm not going to buy a new car tomorrow. We started this conversation because Indian Point closed. We've lost $27 million of revenue. We can't be picky choosy right now. We need to be doing what's best for students, but within our budget. So I think we do need to understand because right now, based on my math, the items that we just discussed before, which are kind of like up for discussion, is $1.8 million. Then you add the differential in transportation and you're talking well over $2 million to transition to this plan.
But this transportation number,
It's 253,000. It's
how
not,
could it, right, I mean, okay,
yeah, it's not a lot.
okay.
It's
less
broken down.
than, it should be
So it is.
comparable or
yes,
less
it's less
than what the three.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Than
It is less.
Than the current one.
Yes,
Okay.
the
Okay.
differential.
I just want to make sure.
I don't, yeah, the differential is 253,000. Taking the total cost of this, if you went soup to nuts, you know, like on all of this stuff, it would be over $2 million. If you compare it to what we had with K-5, it's astronomical. So the point is that we can't be spending $3 million more than what we used to spend. So we have to figure it out. For this option to stay on the table, we have to figure it out, in terms of cost.
The only way so you're saying for the only way for this to really work would be to re-envision how we're doing special ed.
Correct.
We could not parallel.
Or narrow down and really confirm what we need.
Yeah.
We can come back.
But you can't do that till June. That's the problem, to really narrow it down. And then you have your outliers of people that move in over the summer or classification. So what I would say to you, there's a couple ways to look at it. And I don't want to say these are the end all to be all. But, you know, if you want to have the same programs where kids are accessing, you know, put them all in one building, but that's going to create a problem when it comes to state reporting. I mean, you could split the ABC and the 12 ones and put that, or 12 twos and put them over here, put ICT over here. But again, it's gonna skew all these numbers and all the numbers so I can't guarantee you it's gonna be the same class size and or the same amount of sections. So it might increase sections, might decrease, I don't know. I mean, I can sit and do that. That wasn't one of my thoughts the other day when this was thrown at me on Friday, so I would say I could look at that, and I don't know what I could do, but it's gonna, when the reports come back, we're gonna get a ding for a building of special ed kids. I mean, you would know that better than I would.
It's not the way to go.
Right.
Special ed building.
No.
So I think we should take it off the table.
What? No special ed.
Creating one special ed class school.
No.
That's not a good idea. I mean, as much as you may not like the busing piece, that's what we can consider. That won't get us a vote, because we're diversifying.
Right. So what would you like to see different? Anything on this model? I mean, I don't know what else I can give you.
I mean, to actually, I don't know, is anybody gonna spend $2 million?
No, we're not. Let us go back.
No, let me go back and
narrow
play with
those
that, because
numbers
I
down.
mean, maybe
And
we
we'll
break,
give you the-
and I don't
Alright.
even.
And what happens to pre-K through 3? That's, or K through 3?
Didn't fit.
We don't fit.
K through 3 doesn't fit.
Pre-K through 3 doesn't.
Forget
fit.
for the pre-K.
And all that.
K through 3
You don't fit either.
doesn't fit either.
It's on those-
Those that are.
And it leaves
No, I know, we
20
were one classroom
a lot
off,
of
that's
empty
why I thought you
classrooms.
guys were gonna go back and check, so
Yeah.
pre-K, K through 3 does not work,
No,
confirmed.
and you underutilize your biggest school.
Well, no, because we would possibly be able to put UPK in there, and then you could grow your
Not-
program.
Research would tell you that separating them from the early childhood folks is not a good idea.
Yes.
You have to do it.
I'm just trying to think of all
Yeah,
the
no, I
scenarios.
appreciate it.
Trust me, we
Absolutely.
played with everything.
Yes, I'm seeing these things in my dreams.
Or nightmares.
All right.
So
Nightmares are dreams.
can I just have to make one observation, because I'm just chuckling this off a little bit. I feel like we've gone full circle. Because the last board had all these options on the table and narrowed down to the exact same 2 options we're talking about right now, right?
That's not true.
I don't actually.
No,
We
K
do
through
not-
5 versus.
You never
versus
discussed
grade
it.
band.
I don't
Board
remember
never
ever
discussed
seeing
it
a
publicly.
discussion over that.
It was never discussed publicly.
No, not discussed publicly. I'm saying we're ending up in the exact same place that the last board ended up in, where there are 2 options we're discussing, K through 5 and grade banding. Correct? That no other option works? Am I missing something?
I see what you're saying. You're saying at the end of the,
At the end of the day, we're in the same place we were in last time.
well, I mean, the K through 5 option that we have doesn't even address
I-
sped piece, right? So, I mean,
It was status quo
status
or
quo.
grade banding. That's what it came
But
down
for
to.
financial savings, and you didn't do that
You
either,
didn't
so.
No, and
That's
I'm
why
not
we're
saying the data was not good, and the reporting was, the transportation was off, all that was up. In the end, I feel like I've come full circle, and we're ending up in
I
the
can
same place.
imagine years of talking about this, I'd be right out the window.
Yeah.
But the
I feel
same, well, reserve this for a moment. Doesn't matter.
It was just an observation,
I-
it's not, I'm just chuckling with
There
it.
are a lot of reds in the next few. Like, they don't-
we go into the
Other
next
things that you guys
model.
considered?
Yeah, the next 2 have, we're over
So-
class.
Well, so the next, well, I just wanna go through, for, the next option on the table was 3 K-5s, and the only benefit stated here is that it's a neighborhood school. The negatives are challenging to coordinate 3 schools, requires principal to be an expert in all grades, imbalance of class size, and you're separated by neighborhood. So I don't agree with this. I think that there's a lot more benefits than listed here, but I think I've been saying it for the last 3 hours, and I probably don't need to keep saying it. Does anybody else have anything that they want to add?
As far as,
I mean, like, how can we sit here and say that there's no benefits to a K-5 school? To me, that's like really upsetting. There's studies that show that transitions aren't good, that a foundation, the majority of schools are K through 5, right? It's a chosen model for a reason. I'm not saying it was perfect here. I'm not saying it was great. I'm not saying that it couldn't have been improved. There was so much that could have been done. In fact, I'd love to know what was done once we, in 2021, started discussing how there was all these inequities. What did we do to improve it? We just let the kids go through in 21, 22 without addressing those problems
I wrote an email and asked what was gonna be done for that September, and I didn't even
before
get a
Princeton
response.
plan began?
Yep.
March of 21.
I think the reason why K through 5 is so popular and so widely chosen is because it really is desirable. You have your family in one place, and please don't discredit a family bond, right? Family is important, and we should really put that value in our children more. I think stability and foundation is important, and I think that there are special education students that really suffer in transition. So I think there's a million benefits to K through 5. I know I've been touting it all night, and I know it's very clear to see my feelings on it. I love all the kids together. If I could fit the whole entire community in one building with K through 5, it would be amazing, right? Because, you know, then our kids would have all of their friends all the time, and
All the services would be together.
yeah, it would be wonderful. And I get that there's positives and negatives to everything, but I think that saying or not discussing the benefits of K-5 is upsetting to me.
Well, you have hundreds of parents write in to remind the board the benefits of K through 5. But I really want to know what's the additional cost. So we chose Princeton Plan for the 2 million. What's the cost of K through 5?
Well,
Going to caps? Like,
Well, we know the special ed, so, right, if we have to replicate special ed in 3 buildings, again, now you're talking about 2.5?
but we had some special ed parents come and speak to the board that they wanted to be in one building, they didn't like the Princeton Plan because of the transition. So I don't want to discount those parents either who are special ed parents.
Well, they wouldn't be.
I don't think that's what Corey said. What Corey's saying is you'd replicate it in all 3 buildings, so there wouldn't be.
Is that how it was done before?
No.
No, before
it should
it
be
was, if you didn't take the services.
So what how is it done in Lakeland and Carmel?
Some of them down there.
Can't answer that question for you. I mean, I can ask them, but I can't answer that.
I mean, Lakeland has 5 elementary schools, I
It's not
believe.
done at every school. I know that.
So some kids, they have to, some special ed students
Some kids, yes.
have to travel.
And they probably have, because they have 5 elementary schools, you said, it's a lot more option than what we have.
Yeah.
Lakeland has 5. Carmel has 3 elementary schools. And you know what, I don't believe that it's replicated. I could be wrong.
I'm not saying it is replicated, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is what I like. The whole thing is, when we did these models, is what do we need?
So where you came from, where you used to work? I have no.
BOCES. So everybody who's special ed. That doesn't help you, I'm sorry. But what I will tell you is that the replication of services is what I feel is the best thing for kids, right? I'm not saying that has to be done, but you have to understand there's not going to be, we consider neighborhood schools, except for these 5 special ed kids, sorry, you have to go over there for services if you want them.
No, I don't want to do that, but
Right.
to really look at the numbers here from a taxpayer's
Yeah.
perspective, I would want to know what the cost is from the original model. Like, for me to look at all these models, like how it used to be set up.
Oh, I can tell you that.
Oh.
Can you just,
It's
No,
just
no,
because we
so
did
I think
2 grades.
Stephanie's asking for the K-5, to clarify the question, I
oh,
think
and the
it's the
old K-5,
K-5
like how
model
we
and the way that
rotated.
it had been
So I
done
can tell you,
previously,
Stephanie, 'cause
not
I
the
don't
replication
have-
of every
Right.
program,
I don't
every
have
building.
any sped numbers at
So-
all in this. I have an instructional increase if you don't go to class caps of 5 teachers and some TAs, and I forgot my notes here, but it's a total of like $800,000.
776, 342 includes hiring 6 teachers and 4 teaching assistants.
Or you can, which is.
Wait, we have to add more
TAs?
TAs?
That we could remove.
Yes.
So.
Come on,
I'm sorry to be.
come on, well, let's get that count. Because I thought that you
Okay, so
only
why
added
does
TA
she
in
say
October.
forget
Wait,
the
hold
TA,
on, but
forget
in
the
October,
TA.
but that's added in the cost, but
I
in
know.
October, the explanation for some of the TA hiring was because the board increased TAs for the 1st grade.
But now
So we were told that but if we don't have to do that, we still keep the ones we already hired for that and have to add more?
No.
It makes no
You're
sense to my
splitting
brain.
people now, you're splitting the same grades 3 ways. So it changes the way the formula works. You listen, you can tell me right now, Margaret, I'd like you to go to work tomorrow and I'd like you to get rid of 20 TAs.
That's not the point. The question is, the discrepancy in my brain, right?
It goes back to this over
There
and
is
over
a
again.
formula
It's the same
for
thing.
calculating.
But you told us that you had a formula this year, and the only reason that
We've
you
had
had
the
to.
same formula for 10 years.
Right, and the only reason we added this year was because the district board last year asked for there to be a designated TA for each of the first grade, and the net result of that was adding TAs.
Yes. And the
Undoing
two-
that still requires you to add even more TAs.
I'll show it to you.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's like a 20% net
All right,
increase.
Okay.
yeah, so, okay, listen,
If
So-
I may
okay.
continue with
Yeah.
that. If you go to policy, which raises all the caps,
Right.
then we hire 2 teachers and, hold on, am I scrolling? I don't think there's any, no, there is a TA.
Staff,
2 TAs in this model.
100,000.
But when you do that, please be cognizant of the fact that you go into the model with 1, 2, 3, 4 classes at the max.
So you're gonna have to
So if
split.
one
At the
kid comes
policy max.
in, yes,
Right.
now you're talking about potentially splitting, because remember, now Furnace Woods, you only have 2 sections.
So don't, really, you know.
So you don't have
Lots of-
spread anymore.
Lots of grades, you only have 2 sections.
Correct.
And
You were this,
Yeah, this is also about.
This is also
you're
about
gonna have
redistricting.
classes of 14
you were
again.
this,
Not gonna.
Well, we
This
did
is
that.
also without
This is with redistricting.
I'm just
I
doing
thought we
the
said,
cost.
hold on, wait, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
With- I thought-
I don't care.
Can I ask a quick question? I thought Benita said she didn't do redistricting in the K5,
She did not.
but you just said she did.
Well, these are the, not in this package, but she gave me a list of kids. I don't know if it's in here or not. They're by grade level. And that's how I did this model.
So this here that we're looking at
With
has
the
redistricting
redistricting
or
that
no
we don't have?
redistricting?
Which one are you?
I just don't understand how it
Yeah.
could be a cap on Furnace Woods when it used
Yeah.
to be that they were empty. Like, that's what I'm confused about.
There's 50 kids more than there were when we closed Furnace Woods last year.
Total across all the,
It was 400.
Yes, across the K5. That's
Wait.
what G.
Next year, our projections are 71 lower. I have 975 students.
Well, I guess, I wonder if so you have to take out UPK, right? 'Cause that's
I can take out UPK right
No,
now.
my numbers do not have UPK either.
Yes, I mean, if you,
On that.
250, if you take out UPK, I think
You
that's
have
basically what they were at, because it's
232.
Up by 36.
25. That's right, yeah, I mean, so this isn't
49.
really all, this is not redistricting, I don't think.
I don't think
Based on the
You could be
numbers.
correct.
So then how
I
do
know
we
she
not
gave me a
fix
list of grade levels.
I don't understand how they don't fit.
I don't understand how they don't fit at Furnace Woods either.
You don't know how they don't fit in front.
we don't fit in our own buildings
it's
where they were
pre-K?
before, it makes no sense.
This is actually very close to where we left off because we at one time were contemplating the fact that there would only be 1 4th grade class at Furnace
One of
Woods.
them is this.
Oh, no,
Mhm.
we're,
But-
Remember that?
But
Yeah.
realize they have three ABC
class-
classes.
So I was gonna say, we
They
would
have-
have to move, we would have
Okay,
to
so
move
you
that
have
ladder
the
around.
sped, so
Yeah.
the sped is
We'd
here,
have to
that's
move the
what's
special
built on
ed
the
around.
building.
Okay.
They have, the ABC is here, you have
And
2,
you might not need 3
12 one.
skills if we don't replicate, so
So I think that may be what,
that's if
them
we don't
up to
replicate
their-
services. So I just need direction of where you wanna go, so I can give you more.
Correct.
Correct.
So that's not happening here, we're replicating services, that's why we're, okay.
so that's the instructional piece of that stuff. The transportation is a negative 361,000.
I just think that the community needs something simple. Because you have a huge percentage of seniors who live here. Seniors who live below the poverty level. You have more seniors who live below the poverty level here than you do children, okay? So I think from a senior citizen perspective, you need each model with the final cost. I know we're talking about, and we need to talk about that. I'm not discounting that. But with all this information we have, and we're trying to figure it out, this is way too confusing. I would like each model with the final cost run at class caps. At the board caps.
I think that's what we tried to do.
Well, you have both ends. You need to, you know, look at simplified, just do board policy. Is that
Yep,
what
it
you want?
does get, yes.
And what do we want, and the only way that works is if we know where we want it, what we want to do with special ed. Because that's gonna make or break a building. So what is your recommendation on, I would say, the BV? I don't know, are all these models still on the table?
Yeah, I was gonna say, are any of these off the table?
So the other, we went on forever more than 3. The other ones just don't work, is that what we're saying?
Yeah, they
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we looked, I want the public to know, we explored, I don't even know what we explored here.
It's one
Furnace
K5
Woods K5,
and-
BV 3.5,
with a K.
FGL.
Furnace Woods K through 5, FGL pre-K through 2, BV 3 through 5. So one half of the community gets a community school, and then the folks on the other side get Princeton Plan. Correct?
Grade banding.
Grade banding.
Grade banding.
I wasn't discounting anything that came across and one of the people submitted.
Yeah.
But it doesn't work, because we don't fit.
Correct.
So, Dr.
Then-
Bo, what is trying to learn, right, Google's crazy, because I could probably diagnose myself with some sort of ovarian disease, right, if I really dig deep enough. So I recognize that there's a lot of challenges with going into Google, and that's why I'm gonna ask someone like you to help me here. Are we, I'm seeing, and I find it's mostly in inner cities, right? And regardless, I don't think that our demographics, I'm sorry? No, this K-8 whole student concept. So Corey's mentioned in the past, like the future of learning, right? So K-5 has been around forever. Is it the
K-8's
future?
been around for a while.
Yeah,
Okay, right.
A long time
And they
ago.
fell out of favor, right?
I went through K-8,
So my question is that the future of learning, or is that only to sort of cater to a particular environment where maybe the school becomes much more of the familial structure because it's gonna lend to eye doctors and healthcare components, and is that really what that K-8
I think you
model
see that
is?
more in an urban area.
Okay, yeah, thanks, okay, thank you,
Just, so the research I've done on the future of learning
yeah,
is really focused around strategic productivity planning. So what do you want your kids to do when they grow up? What skills do you want them to have? You engineer your entire program from the point of pre-K, even before that, to where they actually graduate. And depending on the way they want to go with their lives, whether it's a trade, which we need more tradespeople, we don't have enough of those. We are going to be replaced by AI in many cases, robotics. So how do you augment the future with human learning? Right? And how do we structure how a student learns from the point where they start their schooling all the way until the end? In theory, a person never ends learning. So how do you teach them to continue to learn throughout their whole lives and keep on developing? So that's what I've seen in the future of learning. We are not structured that way, right? We are not structured to do that. There's some communities that have tried that and have been successful at it because maybe they have a certain factory or trade within their community and they want to educate their kids to be productive in that workplace. But we need to go broader. We need to be global. We need to think about how kids can be productive anywhere in the world, doing anything, leveraging the technologies that are going to be dominant in the future.
right.
Right? And we're not structured like that yet. Grade banding is not the ultimate solution. Absolutely not.
Too late to talk about it.
Right, it's a much deeper conversation. What we're talking about tonight is not going to get there. And it's at least give us an opportunity to structure the learning in the future in a way that we could do that. Right, so you want to have a model that is flexible enough to adapt to that in the future. That's the research I've done. I don't know if that's accurate, if that's what you've all learned, if that's what you're focusing on. I don't know, that's just what.
We also have to recognize that education is probably the slowest organization to change.
Yes.
So we still have an agrarian calendar, by and large. We still break up the day the same way. So we are very slow to pick up the things that you're talking about and have an influence how we deliver teaching and learning on a daily basis.
With the exception of the IRS.
I will grant you.
So the last model here,
From the money standpoint, Again, this is pure money. This is no different than any other institution where here we're producing citizens of the future. That's what we do. That's our goal. Same way that Pepsi produces Pepsis to drink. In this district, over the last 10 years, we produce about 40 less citizens than we used to, or more. But still, we hire over 25 more teachers. This has nothing to do with Princeton plan, with anything that we're discussing here. This has to do with the management of this district. And what we need to look at here, in my opinion, is how can we make any of these two models more efficient? The same way that where you work, that's what they ask from you. Here, this goes from K to 12. Maybe, because I'm not part of the operation, maybe elementary school is the most efficient. And we need to look a lot deeper on the other two parts. But we're discussing elementary today. But that's what I keep saying, and I've been saying it for 10 years. Why no other institution will allow what is happening here? More expense for less production.
Yeah.
I think we all agree.
So we need to look at why.
Yeah, there's lots of, I think we're sitting at the table and we're all saying yes. That's
Yeah, nobody's disagreeing.
not a
And
conversation
again,
for tonight, but a conversation that needs to happen as soon as this one's over.
Yeah.
But in this context, that's what we need to look. We need to look on how do we make the best model, the best everything with the lowest cost.
Well, we're assuming that you're giving us the best model, the most efficient. Are you saying that these are not?
No, again, that's not me because I don't know. I'm not in curriculum. I know nothing about curriculum. I know nothing about instruction. The model is not something that I can tell you is the most efficient. Which one it is?
This is saying that we need to be smart about how we spend our money.
The day-to-day.
No matter what we do.
The day-to-day.
Sure, but I just said that it was a conversation for after we finish this one, and you're saying it is part of this one.
No, it is part of this one, because it's about making sure that we choose.
Yeah,
And I'm asking, okay, so if you don't know the answer, do you think that, have you given us the most efficient options? Like, are you giving us the best case?
Well, cap class size cuts you to the bone. So that gives you you will have more kids in your elementary 4th and 5th grade than you have anywhere else 6-12. In my mind, as an educator, that model is upside down.
Yeah, but you have that because of the way it's structured.
Correct, and we have to address that.
And we have to address that, to his point. But if we look at the class caps and you look at the STAR study, unless you're going to decrease your class sizes by 32%, you're not getting the educational bang for your buck. So when I look at your class sizes and it's from 18 to 22, that's not gonna do much educationally for these kids. I don't really wanna look at.
Yeah, I think that the swing for most classes is only 1 to 2 to
Yeah.
3 students. So we're not, I don't want families scared, oh my gosh, they're gonna go to class
We're not going from
half.
12 to 30.
Yeah,
Exactly.
right.
So we would go, again, we gave you both models. The model that exists right now, because that was what we were told to do by the board, and the model that we have as a board policy, which is the caps that we're looking at. So we can go back to caps. The elementary model has functioned at cap every year except for this past one,
Yeah.
21 and 22.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, 22, 23.
The other model that we're taking off? We're taking off this model?
No,
It seems to
works,
fit,
Yeah, it does.
but I don't have any info.
That was the one that we came up with
That
that,
was when we came up with
UPK.
walking out the door on Friday.
But it
That's why
was-
there's not a lot of.
but based on the conversation, there's because FGL would not lend itself to a pre-K one, based on what the board is saying.
Leaving your youngest.
Size.
And it would be bringing the kids together, taking them apart, and bringing them back together.
Yeah, and it's one of the targets for the community is with younger kids closer to home. So I mean, I don't know,
Yeah, that wouldn't solve the.
I don't know if it
part
would
of that
solve
problem.
one of the main.
All right, so
Agreed.
is there anything we can eliminate?
I was gonna say,
So
do
I
we
think that
have
we
one
just
that
have
we're
to
gonna,
keep her.
that we're gonna keep and that we can then reconfigure?
So I'm going end forward now. So are we eliminating FGL as a pre-K, K1, and then 2 through 5 schools?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think so.
Where are we? We're going back to front.
Go
now.
backwards through the model.
Back to front on
I'm
this.
somehow going backwards.
Then you have the one neighborhood school and then, right,
The two
that's
and
it,
one.
park.
I'm just wondering if this is the right way to go about this. I'm wondering if everybody needs to weigh in on if they're willing to make a change for this September. Because if you're not making a change for this September, we don't need to decide that. So I think everybody has to weigh in on, do I want to make a change for September based on all the information I've been given? Because if the answer is a majority says no, well then we don't need to continue this right now. We could continue it, but it's not essential for right now because we
Right.
just really need to know about September right
So do people feel like they have enough information to make that decision alone?
Yeah.
On September of 2023?
Right, like
Given
are
all
we
the
walking
information we requested.
so, well, I mean, I think that we have to make a little bit of headway here. Based on everything that we've all learned to date, are you, and I'm not saying you, are you willing to walk into September exactly how we are today? That's a question for everybody on the board because that answer will determine what we can, I don't want to slash up a model, it's just because you can't figure it out for September or you need more time to think about it. So I'm asking you to share with each other if you're willing to make a change this September or you're not. And if you don't think that that's the right order, just tell me. It's just popped into my head that I think that that might come first. Okay. So, I don't know if anybody wants to jump in there.
I mean, I think we can get rid of this. We can still get rid of this model. The last two we can get rid of, I think, but at least eliminates those.
Right, but do you feel like you have enough to comment on what Alexis's? Do you need to sit on it and we can talk about it first thing on Wednesday, or are we ready to make a decision on whether, right?
I think that the whole deciding which model you go with is not something that we need to rush if the board's gonna say, no, we're not doing this for September, right? And I think that we have a lot of parents sitting home saying, what's September?
So you're
So-
saying, are we gonna change or not gonna change?
Correct.
And then figure out what that change is.
Correct.
And if we're not gonna, if we sit here right now and we decide we're not gonna change, we have to quite literally go back to September, every single comment, and make sure that we have addressed these parents' concerns, because I feel like they were completely ignored.
Right.
Completely.
We need a stakeholder committee that's involving our 3 principals, that is involving some of our teachers. They've said that
Yes.
they're willing to help, and our parents that who have had ideas and that have been ignored. We need to work collaboratively to, yes, if that's,
I'm gonna vote for either way. We have to do that.
Yeah.
Well,
okay.
and I'm
I
good
would
with
love to hear from the original stakeholder
Let me say
committee.
something.
Yeah.
We don't have room for that time, we run out of time.
Yeah.
So if you're gonna do that, then you need to say you're gonna do it a year from now.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
we have to have a budget vote on the 12th, and we also have to satisfy the
Listen,
teacher
at the end of
contract
the,
with assignments by the.
Wait, I have a
Right.
question. I have a question. It's
Can't do
important.
that in a week.
I have a very important question. Let's say that the majority says we're not gonna make a change for September. Sorry, I'm thinking this out loud. This is my first time thinking that. But then, the board says, no, you can't, we have to know by a certain date, never mind. It's a moot point.
Good
Yeah,
conversation,
$1
good conversation.
I had to say it out loud. No, what I was gonna say is that if there's a model that costs less than what we're in, you could always go there because the budget will allow it, but that's not.
Because
possible.
teachers, logistics.
Yes, yes, yes,
This
yes.
model replicated next year, if you go to CAPS, will save you a significant amount.
It won't, because transportation costs money.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Instructional, yes, you are
From a
correct.
staffing standpoint.
Yes.
If you decide to come to September in the same banding model that we're in, then you could immediately get a stakeholder group together to study that. Then we would be able to give you data from 1 year to the next with enough time to say, you know, you're right, we really don't see anything that we're shouting from the rooftops. Or, look, you know, there's some things here that are happening that we might not be able to do if we went back to, or we went to whatever model we end up with. To me, especially since we have seemed to resolve some of the busing issues, that, and this is just my opinion, and I don't matter and I don't vote, but as an educator, that would be the most rational decision to make, since nothing here is like, oh my God, why haven't we done that? We're still weighing pros and cons, because it allows us to collect the data while we're problem solving with one of the major issues that we faced, which was busing. And again, I think it would be smart move to get a stakeholder group together to address all of the other issues that came up. But that decision is yours.
I'm sure there's a laundry list of things that you guys know that we don't know, right? So I think getting those in an order, what?
I think you have an idea. I think it also is based on the metrics, sorry.
Yes,
Right?
correct. Oh, don't get us started there. Anyways, but I think, well, some of us have our metrics and we were told no, but
We'd like to
anyways.
see them.
One of the things that I would say is that if we have that laundry list and then we say, okay, what are the subcommittees, right?
Right.
Because you can't have too many people in a room because it's all gonna just be craziness. But take subcommittees and then bring them back together and just keep doing that, because you're gonna take the data and you're gonna have real live data from real people giving the real input. It's not, oh, this email was sent to the superintendent in March, but nobody heard back until April.
So here's the thing.
Or August.
On December 1st, we had this forum. We had a lot of parents come speak, both sides of it. And explained the issues that they were having. Some of those parents reported that they got emails the next day dismissing their feelings. This is.
Dismissing their feelings?
Like, what they said can't be true. What you're saying can't be
okay.
true. What you're saying can't be true because A, B, C, and D.
Okay.
I want to make sure that whatever we're doing, we're not doing that. We cannot do that to people. We just can't. And
They have to feel
it
they can
doesn't
come and
make them,
speak.
yeah, it doesn't make them feel comfortable. It doesn't make them feel confident that we're taking care of their children, their babies. So we really have to be really cognizant about how we're,
Even if things sound outlandish,
Yes,
that
You still
we
have to
just
listen.
exactly.
approach it that it's true.
Well, someone's
And it's-
perception is their reality.
That's right.
However
It's- yeah,
skewed
it's a
we may
reason.
think it is, it's what they're dealing with.
And perception is 99% of the law, right? So it doesn't matter. You and I can be in the same conversation. I go, what the heck just happened, right? But then we both have to have that conversation and people have to feel comfortable doing that.
Yes.
And I think you have the right people and I think you really have to choose the right people for those subcommittee leaders.
okay.
And that's my personal, again, I don't vote either, but I think that's important because I don't know if we know all the issues. I'm being serious. I don't think we know all the issues.
I don't think you might, I think you know a lot of them, but maybe not all of them. And I really think that we have to have there has to be a conversation with the 3 elementary principals that gets them aligned, and more aligned, and that think of them as if they have to think of themselves as a team.
Yep.
In no matter what we're doing.
Right.
Especially if we're transitioning kids.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And I mean, the multiple emails, and again, I get multiple emails because I'm on every email chain and I don't know how they do it when they have more than one kid, I'll be honest with
But
you.
I said that to the elementary teachers this year. I gave them, in the fall, a chart that was stop, start, adjust. And I said to them, you can put anything you want on here. You can tell me, in the stop chart, whatever you want to say. I can't promise you that we will do it, but it's worth discussing. So they did. And there were some interesting things that got put on that chart. One of them brought up the ELA pilot that we're about to engage in. So
we have to be able to give people an opportunity to say what they need to say, and then talk rationally about why or how something can or cannot happen. Because sometimes the person who feels that way or has that proposal doesn't understand all of the ramifications that come by making one thing happen. Most things we do in schools is like hitting a domino. If you do this, 14 other things are gonna happen as a chain reaction. We have to know what those things are. We can't just say, oops, we shouldn't have done that. You should have thought through it all. So I like that idea that both of you have about a stakeholder group, but selfishly, I also like the idea of holding off for a little while longer so we can give you data that you can chew on and make some decisions about and get some feedback for.
And then I also, this is going back to this, our strategic plan.
Yes.
One of our pillars is shared decision-making, as we all know. And I'm gonna go on a limb and I'm gonna tell everyone that the reason shared decision-making is one of our 4 pillars and not facilities is because we have not done a good job at that in a very long time. So clearly the community has been asking for that, so we cannot ignore that. But on the other hand, we have heard from so many parents and so many people that, like, when anyone says we haven't gotten information or that we're not giving it enough time, I think that's
Well, opposite is true.
I think the equal, yes, because we have heard from so many people that it's hard to say, this is too quick, or this is too, the quickest thing about this is that we're wanting to do it in this short period of time. I don't think that we're coming to a decision right now should be all that incredibly surprising, because we've been talking about this for months and trying to figure out what's best for Penn High, right? So, anyway, Jeremy was.
Jeremy.
I was just gonna answer Alexis's point. I would love to see the operation, if you'll call it, continue forward and get to the point where we can make a decision. I think people have expressed what they like, and I think people have expressed what they really don't like. And I don't see why we would want to make people continue in a model that they don't like if there's a way to check many more boxes for all of the groups. If everybody is a little bit unhappy, we're probably in a really good place, right? If everyone walks away feeling like they lost something, but they also got something, you're probably in a great place. If everybody walks away and says, yes, and then the other group is walking away and feeling totally defeated, disconnected, and unheard, you're never gonna have an opportunity to be one hand HUD, to be a community as a whole, and who's really gonna suffer are gonna be these K-5 kids right now who have to continue through this district until they graduate. That group is going to likely have some undertones of a struggle, and I don't know how sitting and waiting any longer is going to help us. At the end of the day, it's math. We should be able to do the math pretty quickly, right? And if we don't, then we need to start identifying where our process is so broken that we can't quickly get the math. We should be changing one number in one place and it should update everything else across the board. We shouldn't have to make 17 different adjustments to the same number because we're not operating out of a centralized, it makes no sense. We're a $90 million budget, and it's an academic institution full of really smart, educated people, many of which who have degrees well beyond anything that I would ever imagine having. I cannot believe the inefficiency of operation, and we need to also, while we're at it, figure out where all these points are broken, because I don't want to sit here again next year, whether we're talking about Princeton Plan or anything else, and have it be such a heavy lift for really, really basic information.
So are you saying do you not want to take anything off the table right now?
I don't know. I'm trying to gauge from you guys.
I think there's a couple we could take off here.
Okay.
I think everybody agreed that we didn't want to consider, and tell me to be quiet if I'm wrong, but I think there was a couple models here. We didn't want to consider having a single community school and 2 bandit schools.
No,
right?
it's gone.
That's gone.
Right?
And we also, there was another model that I think we didn't want to consider was coming together for early and then pulling apart later on.
That leaves us with 3 models here.
Which is
The problem.
K2, 3, 5, what current, and K5. Yes, those are the 3 models that are,
Current, yep,
right?
K, yep.
I think what's the struggle is that no matter how long you wait, the financials don't change.
A little bit. If we don't have the souped up version of potential from special ed standpoint,
it may make some of the numbers a little more palatable than what it
Oh,
would
yes,
appear
yes, yes,
otherwise.
yes. It does
So,
bring it
so I do think that it's really important from this conversation, if nothing else, that if Dr. Lauro and Lisa can
All right.
sort
but
of
for
get
me
together to find a,
personally-
yeah, sorry.
But for me, but for me personally, we're still spending more money than we told taxpayers we were gonna spend.
This is.
And I struggle with that because as much as, yes, like it has to be about all these other great things that we're talking about, I'm still struggling from a moral perspective that I took an oath as a board member to be fiscally responsible, and I'm gonna sit here and spend more money. That's the problem that I have.
But we're gonna be spending even more money if we went back to community schools.
How do you figure?
So,
Because there's a reduction in instructional costs, but there is an increase in transportation costs. So it actually
No,
costs
opposite.
more.
No, there's an increase in
Sorry.
instruction.
I
But you
thought,
could net out of
I
that.
thought we agreed that moving to a different model was gonna cost us in special ed. And it came out to anywhere between 1.5 and 2-something million dollars.
Dr. Laura and Lisa are gonna work on that.
That modified version, they're gonna work on that for sure.
Figure it out.
I'm sitting here saying, I get it, like, give me all the program, right? I want my kids to do yoga and backflips and science, and I want all of that. But when you lose a huge source of income, we've gotta stay realistic here. That's what I'm saying, like, I want everything everywhere for everybody, I really do.
But how can we not consider redistricting if we went back to a 3K5?
We'd have to.
Oh, I
Well,
don't.
and then how could we do that
In September.
in September?
I have, well, just the way that we just moved lines.
Well, no, we divided them between communities on 2 elementary
They just said
schools.
that Benita did it.
No, she didn't redistrict,
Oh,
not
she
for
said
K,
both.
not for K.
Actually, she said both, so I don't know which one
The
it is.
numbers are
I'm
different,
sure it's there. I'm sure we have it downstairs,
Yeah.
we just didn't
but
get
the
it.
numbers are
Downstairs.
different.
Over there.
Furnace Woods was not, Furnace
a work
Woods was
basement.
not this size. Furnace Woods was not
Yes,
at
it was.
capacity.
But it had the same number of students, because look how many students are there.
It's ABC and 1211.
It's 250, right? And the only the
So-
enrollment is 250, and that includes you pre-K. So really, it's 225-ish.
I want to say we were
And-
close to about 210 last year.
So it's
I could
not
be
really
wrong.
far off. I don't think
So
this
we got
is.
Yes.
but it's 40 more students, so somebody moved something.
Okay, we will absolutely sit with Benita tomorrow. Remember though, there were 2 boundary lines. I don't know which one we're using.
Even not the problem is in the K3, it should have stayed the same. So, and I mean, in K5, it should have stayed the same. There's no rezoning. There was nothing, that becomes a very much more complex conversation than the K2 buildings. The K2 buildings were done by zip codes and regions, and people will see the maps, I think, if we get there. But the redistricting of a K5 building is a little more complex. I mean, don't you think?
I don't know. I'm not an expert in this. I have no idea. We were able to
So we don't move the
do
boundary lines, we
different
still
zoning.
end up with one school that's not very diverse. That's,
Right.
Well, and one school that's very diverse.
right.
Two
If we-
schools.
That's going back to where we were, is that
We're
what
going
we
back to the
want?
plan.
Yes, and what I'm saying is, the reason why besides the transitional and I believe families should be together and all those things, I agree. I think that special education is not as attractive, right? And it's not as beneficial, and the programs and the teachers, and I believe in all of that wholeheartedly. But what I also believe is that we lost $27 million of income.
But we also.
And if you told me that there was a certain model that saved money, I would climb on board because we have 65% of our residents on fixed incomes.
But we
Can I
also
ask you a
learned a lot.
You know,
too.
we're talking
We
about
also got a lot of that revenue back.
For
Right.
now,
I understand for now, and taxes will continue to increase. But what you're talking about and moving to another model from where we are now, it's gonna cost us more money. And for every $500,000, that's 1% in tax levy. We're already bordering 4%, correct?
wait.
And once we go, and
Wait, hold on, hang on.
That's not okay.
No.
Wait.
Yeah, no,
Alexis has,
why am I off on this?
we're not, we wouldn't be,
$500,000 is 1% in tax
but
levy,
who's
correct?
saying that we're gonna increase it by millions of dollars?
Well, if we go to special.
But again, we're going to work on that.
But
but
we're also,
we've gotta take that off from
That
it,
is
right?
not a
That's not,
choice. We
Can I
don't
just
have
say-
that
yeah.
choice. We don't have
we're
money.
here discussing elementary, period. We have not discussed secondary.
Okay.
There are cost savings on the other side of this.
Yeah.
that we haven't gotten to yet because we're still waiting for the student runs.
So how can we make a decision tonight on this?
What we
We're
need
doing
is,
the LAM thing, right?
Well, that's what
can
we're
I go
trying to
back
do.
to her first thing that she said? I think we need to see if we're willing to make a decision in September. Because why are we sitting here till 11 o'clock at night? I mean, they need to know, and I think the other thing we need to make a decision and go around is that we're all in agreement that whatever model we're in, we're running it based on class caps. Because they can't, I mean, they have stuff to do. They can't keep running all these models.
We enjoy it. Evenings
I know you
together,
do.
dinners together.
Honestly, I have to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, so there's no reason to keep looking at this if we're not making a change in September. That's number one. Number two, they can't do anything unless you tell them you're running class caps or no class caps. So can we just go around and say that so we can move to the next step? I'm sorry, I'm tired. Okay.
Look, everyone.
I'll go first.
I'll
I'll be
I
right.
feel like I went. I think
Yeah, I
everyone
thought I
clearly knows where I stand.
But you did, what about class caps?
Do it, yeah, class cap it up. It's two kids, I mean,
It's too,
Class
what, you
cap
know
is
what,
big dollars.
honestly,
Makes a difference of
honestly,
four-
it's big dollars, yeah.
Okay.
but parents at home should know you're talking like 2 kids. You're not
Yeah,
talking
that's what I
30
said
kids
before. It's
in a
silly.
class.
There's a board policy on it, I can
Yes.
pull it up.
Right, yes, okay, so yes, class caps, I think that, if we did it swallow this year for the transition, but I vote, no change for the September. I think lots of reasons, I said a lot last week, but I think we need to give this program time. I think if we're gonna make any change, we need to be careful how we plan and implement and engage the community while we're doing it. I think we have not examined the big picture of our declining enrollment and potential capital improvements. So if we change for this September or even next year, how does that play into how we might be changing in 5 years from now? And the one thing, we can't make everyone happy. And so what I worry about with making a quick change is that we need to bring the community along with us for this conversation. This was a fantastic conversation tonight. Hopefully everyone has benefited from it. But transparency is acknowledging the problems and then addressing them and saying why we can't do an option, why your idea doesn't work. And if we push it through, whether it's to stay the same or, to go back to either of those other alternate programs, we have to address the other issues that parents have brought up. And whether that's the DEI issues or the busing issues, either way, it's gonna need time. And I'm asking for time, and I don't think we should make any change for this.
Before you make any decision, there's one other point that I need to remind you. If you don't make a decision by September, and you don't make it by January, it's another year for the capital project that we get behind. And that's fine, because this is a very, very long-term situation. A capital project, we can patch it, we can, use.
So you wouldn't move
bubble
forward
gum.
with the capital project,
No,
nothing,
you
so we have
can't.
a definite plan.
Oh, yeah, no question about it. My recommendation will, because the bathrooms can be millions of dollars, and what if we decide
Yeah.
to stay? And then you cannot, without any doubt, make a decision of millions of dollars in capital project if you don't have your basic knowledge of where kids are going to be.
But there were phases of that capital project. So there are things we could do in the middle school and aim at. So we could not do anything in the elementary schools, but there were things in the middle school that was actually the biggest piece of BCS
But
that we could move forward with.
I agree with you. The issue is that when you go to SED and you say, I'm doing a $40 million capital project, you have to say what? It's not like I'm going to do a $40 million capital So in the middle school and in the high school, you're going to say here, here, and here. But in the elementary school, let's say that we decide to stay where we are, then you need to say, I'm going to build bathrooms. And let's say that you decide to go back as neighborhood schools. You cannot change.
No, so I understand that, but we always talked about doing it, the big thing was $90 million, right? So we have to prioritize that $90 million and do it over a few bonds. We could, and but I'm just saying, we could still put a bond forward that would not include elementary school work. It would include.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying,
I agree
there is
with
still
you.
a bond that could go forward.
For
but
the
it would not impact-
secondary.
It would not impact elementary school kids.
And that would push off those projects for another year.
But the elementary schools will be pushed.
Yes.
Totally agree.
Okay.
That's
Okay, I
that's
just want to make sure.
yes.
Does anybody worry about what it's gonna be like for the next year of our lives if this is pending?
Absolutely.
100%.
Sounds terrible.
This sounds like a terrible idea.
This is terrible.
It sounds like a terrible idea for our families, it sounds like a terrible idea for our children, it sounds like a
Friends and
terrible
neighbors,
for
it's
all of us.
terrible.
and our friends
Honestly,
and
it
our
sounds like a
neighbors.
terrible idea for our community to let this go on.
Yeah, we,
I'm more concerned with that.
I made a decision 2 years ago that was called hasty and rushed and didn't involve the community. And I'm being extra cautious and trying to learn from that experience. And I have a hard time repeating those same mistakes this time around. And I fear that if you push it through and you don't have community buy-in, you're gonna end up back here anyway, because you didn't bring the community along for part of the decision-making process.
See, now, I disagree with that. We've had the community forums. This was gonna happen no matter what, because it was done behind closed doors. This process should have occurred when it took place. The committee that had their report that was supposed to give it to the board, that should have happened. So we've done all of this, okay? The community has spoken. Yes, everyone is not gonna be happy. I really think that everybody's gotta get a little bit, like you said, a little check in their box. But do you know what it's gonna be like to live through this as a community member for another year? Look how we lived through it. And then that goes to this, and I don't mean to be disrespectful, but your board seat's up. I don't know if you're running again. And Corey's board seat's up. I don't know if he's running again. So delaying
A whole new voice to the
Starting all
table.
over.
it's gonna all start over again. And you know what? I don't think this community could survive it. I really don't think they could survive it. That's just, and I'm for board class caps, by the way.
Wait, before,
Say yes, sir.
so
That's a yes to class caps.
I think we all need to understand what
Oh, see.
class caps look like with fourth and fifth grade for high schools. We could change nothing, but we need to determine what that's gonna look like with the building sizes with the bigger kids. So I think to make sure that whatever is determined as we go around this room, and I'm sorry to cut turns, I know the four of you still need to speak, but that needs to happen and be part of this conversation too.
I think I'm misunderstanding.
You don't think it can
Say we
handle
do,
it?
well, I don't know, well, I think.
You're talking fourth and fifth?
Yeah.
They lose how many kids coming into the 4-5 building?
So, but if we go class caps,
They go down a lot.
They go down 25 or 30 kids.
21 and 25.
but the
Versus
classroom
21
size
versus
doesn't
2.
change, right?
Oh, so you're worried about their bodies fitting?
I don't know
in?
Just the number of kids in a classroom in the entire building.
I don't know what the proper square footage is per body.
I don't either, that's why I'm
Well,
asking
I'm
the
sure we have
people
the
who
right
are
square
supposed
footage,
to.
but I don't think it really changes from building to building.
Well, we used to have fifth grade.
Yeah.
Right?
They've
But
been at
classes
caps
were really
before.
small. The classes
They've
were-
been at caps
The
before.
whole building at the same time.
Well,
I
Fourth
remember
and
the
fifth
year I
grade.
came, there were
But it's the whole-
28 I think it was 28 in the 5th grade
Yeah,
classrooms.
so I'm just saying, it's the entire building of the exact same aged kids in every classroom. It's not 2 4th or 5th grade classes. It's every building is gonna have the bigger kids, every classroom in the building has the bigger kids at cap.
Mhm.
I think that is a consideration based on the infrastructure. I don't know what it looks like. It may be, Jeremy, you're a knucklehead, be quiet. It makes no difference, but it may. And I think we should look.
I think it's more important when we talk about what it would look like if we have to do a BCS update. But I guess they wouldn't have bathrooms, so maybe
They don't need it, yeah.
Well, I mean, as long as they're not currently in a room that would have bathrooms, but they shouldn't be. No, it's that.
I just wanted to finish, we're asking the community to vote on a busing proposition to buy 2 new diesel buses when New York State is phasing out diesel buses and the mandate is gonna go to electric. So if you do nothing, you're asking the community to put money into this model. So I think doing nothing is saying you're keeping this model because you're spending taxpayer
Do we
money.
need to do
To
that
keep
still
it.
though? I'm actually not clear if we need to do that.
Yeah, based on this.
I'm unclear.
Do we still, well, I just asked that.
One was replacement, correct? And that-
Two of them were.
Two were-
2 are replacement, 2 were to fix
Two
busing.
replacement, 2 are fixed busing, but we just fixed it, but I think that's a temporary, were those real,
No, it would probably work next year. I even said that to her.
The buses are
I
good.
did.
they can run for the whole year?
Will need, these numbers, the increase in the cost of the transportation includes the 2 buses, the 2 new buses.
But do we need them?
Stephanie's saying maybe we don't need those buses.
Well, we
You
we're gonna
have
get
to
two of them.
replace, you have to
No,
replace
but
the 2
you're
buses.
going for 4.
Right.
No, for 2.
For 2.
No, well, we were always getting for 2 for
2, but then we were
replacement.
gonna ask them
And then
for
we
2
were gonna ask
additional.
for
Oh,
2.
so
that's
you're
what we're-
going
But we don't
for
need
four.
that.
Need that.
Doesn't sound like we need that.
We don't
That's what
And
I'm
that's
saying.
not gonna
And these
impact the
transportation
overcrowding.
cost only is talking about
Oh.
buying 2.
But we're doing that in every model. Doesn't
Okay.
matter what
So,
model.
because we had a lot of issues with overcrowding on the buses. So,
I'll get those electric.
Then why do we
I-
need drivers, if we have enough drivers?
They do, well, you do right now.
Yeah.
It's existing.
No, they,
That's-
remember,
Anthony.
we are hiring, we're hiring 4 new custodian
Yeah.
drivers because they need to drive more time, and you can see that we need them. So 2 half of them
A bus and 2.
do the driving, and actually 60-40. To be fair, because they are spending 10% more time of their time in transportation, and we get transportation aid. So it's 60-40, but there's going to be 2 more buses running in the district in order to get it to 20, between 25 and 30 minutes.
so are we putting up 4 or 2? What are we putting up? Because
2.
we're just putting up 2 in the
That's
proposition. Are we putting up 2?
I need to ask, please, at the end,
I think you need to confirm what was said.
It's 2 and 2. It's 2 replacement and 2 new.
But we're saying that we need the 2 new.
Because we just said you.
that we need the 2 new as
They're on the
long
cycle.
as we want between 25 and 30 minutes.
So do you need
Instead
4
of 30,
total?
Instead of 35.
No, for
Which
2,
is what we have.
2 are the regular
Yeah, those are- yeah.
replacement.
The 2 more.
The 2 more are for those 2 new guys that we're hiring
I
to
understand.
drive.
And that's what's in here,
And that's what it's
not
here.
the normal replacement.
Okay. So
Yes,
you're
not the
asking-
normal replacement.
You're asking the community
so.
to vote, to buy those 2 extra buses for PP, or grade banding, sorry. Am I clear with that?
Well,
No,
maybe.
because it's to reduce it from 30 to 35 minutes to 20 to 25 minutes if you get those 2 extra buses.
Yeah.
If you don't get those 2 extra buses,
think we're
the
gonna-
maximum ride time is 30 to 35 minutes.
Okay, so parents need to be, voters, not parents, voters need to be really clear on that, because I don't think that they would vote for to increase something. They probably are gonna, I would say, vote that your two replacements, I think it needs to be separated. 2 replacements
If that's
and
the
2
case,
additional.
if we feel that way, then we need to have definitely 2 propositions.
I absolutely think we need new
That
propositions.
it's the regular replacement, and 2 to say we're buying these, so we have instead of 35 minutes,
Well,
between 25 and 30.
if we pick a plan, if a plan is voted on that requires buses, you don't have to put it up for proposition. You could just put it in your general fund, you could put it in your budget, and that's what you said before. You've said
But we've
this.
never done that. We've
No,
always
we've
put it
done
around-
it, yeah, we did it before once.
But you
but
can't pick a
again,
plan that you don't have transportation for.
problem-
I'm just
The
voting
problem,
two. It's just-
you have two problems there. Problem number one is that we're going to vote for the budget before we make this decision.
No,
we-
no, we're not, no. We gotta vote, we gotta make our decision.
Today,
Not
or
today,
in the
but
next
it
2
depends.
weeks?
It comes back to, is the
Okay,
board
then,
making a change or are they not?
Well, that's problem number one, that it's solved if you're making the decision beforehand. The second problem is we have a budget of $80 million with basically a tax cut. So let's say that we add another $200,000, we're over the tax cap, and then we need 66% vote to pass a budget. And I don't know, I don't think Dennis wants that, I don't think I want that, and I don't think you guys want that, because
66% here.
so that's what I'm saying. I think it will be easier if we put two
propositions.
two boss propositions. If you vote yes on this one, the replacement, thank you, the replacement cycle, that it always been voted yes, more than the only one that has done more votes is Erica than the bosses. But that's it. The bosses always pass by far, who knows why, but they like to see the nice bosses outside. And then you put two more saying, if it passes, and we decide to go to the neighborhood schools the following year, it doesn't matter, because then the following year, I don't need to replace two new buses. I replace them a year
You use
before.
them no matter what.
And meanwhile, if we decide to stay this September as we are, we're using it to reduce the kids' time in the bus. So that would be my recommendation. Let's put two separate ones and explain it. We'll explain exactly why we're doing this, and if we go this way, and if we don't need them, it doesn't matter. Next year, you pay this year for what you would pay next year.
But can I ask one question on the accounting of that? So does that mean the new buses would be depreciable based on usage or depreciable based on time?
We, remember one thing, we don't pay taxes. No, we don't pay taxes. We depreciate, we always say 7 years.
7 years.
Because by the 7th year, you are between 100 and 110,000. Not because it's 7 years. It's really the miles that we care. So
when you calculate depreciation on the buses, because this becomes an expense every year for us, right? It impacts our budget. Is it based on your purchase price minus the salvage value divided by 7? Is that how it works?
Yes.
Okay, so mileage doesn't matter.
No, it
It's
matters.
still depreciated.
I say 7 years because usually it takes about 7 years to run between 100 and 110,000. It's so close that I can say 7 years and it will happen in 99% of the time. But what I care when I decide when to replace it is the number of miles, nothing else, unless there's a particular problem.
It's fully depreciated and we're still using it and it's still in service, correct?
Yes.
Okay, we don't have to sell it once it becomes salvage value.
Oh, no, for example, no. All this is our policy. For example, we didn't get one of our buses up until January. We use an old bus that cost us more to maintain for the first 6 months until we got the new one, and then we say, okay, let's sell the old one for scrap.
So if I get this, if I understand this right, just to sum it up, fiscally, it's a wash.
Fiscally, it's a wash, it just is happening 1 year before.
Right.
That's it.
Okay.
Fiscally is a complete
So
wash.
there's zero impact. If we decide to do 4 buses instead of 2, over time, it's a fiscal wash. Okay.
If we go back to neighborhood schools and we don't need it, if we stay in this model, we are always going to need those 2. So those 2, instead of replacing them in 8 years, because the first year
That's to reduce it to 20 to 25 minutes,
Oh, not 20.
right?
We're getting down to 20 minutes now?
No, to reduce it from 25 to
I
30.
wanna be careful, listen, I wanna be careful what we say, because parents are listening, and they're gonna say, oh, okay, now they're at least promising 35 minutes, and then when their bus pulls in at 39 minutes, they're gonna be disappointed.
Okay,
So I wanna make sure we don't commit to these times, because who knows, right?
Yes, well, so let's call it like this. To shorten the time that the students are going to be on the bus if we continue with grade
Yeah.
banding.
Yeah.
That's the idea of these 2 buses. For how many minutes, we don't know, because then Liz will run those routes in the next 3 to 4 months. But obviously, it has to reduce the time the students are there. If not, why are we spending the money? But I don't want to commit to any number of minutes. I just want to say it's going to be reduced. If today your child is 40 minutes, I promise you, at least it's going to be 35.
Okay, but we don't
But
have
we
the data.
don't put any numbers. We just say, we promise you, it will reduce the number of minutes. Not all students, most of the students will be reduced, or the ones in these routes that were the ones that were over 35.
Okay.
Can I just say one thing? I was going through the dates for the legal notices, and we have to do 4 legal notices for the budget process and our propositions. So I was talking to Enrique today, we are, put the propositions in, we have to do them, vote on them either the March 22nd or if we have an additional meeting. They have to be done before March 31st. So we have to get these propositions straight and get them into the papers.
Propositions are buses, library,
The EPC.
and EPC.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do that Wednesday.
But that's what I'm saying. Forget about the problem of the bus. The problem of the buses is a wash. Yeah.
So we're gonna do 2 propositions for the buses? I guess that's what we have to decide for Wednesday.
Yeah.
We also have to make sure that what we're doing, whether we're in this, we had this whole conversation about the middle school, were those 2 buses to address the middle school? Just ask, we need to ask the,
These 2 new buses are mainly for the middle. You know,
right, that's what I
For the
would,
what?
the middle school, we need to make
well,
sure.
when I say mainly is to reduce the middle school, to help with the middle
Yeah.
school. But you know, it's a domino, then, you know, the bus finish with the high school and goes here and goes there. But again, the idea is reduce the number of minutes and the number of kids in the bus.
Right.
And one goes with the other one. You have less kids, you have less stops, you have less kids.
Math,
Huh?
math, right?
You're at the end, Jeremy. We can still go around the table with the class caps and stuff.
Everybody here was on with class caps and change or no change.
Yeah, I just asked, does anybody disagree with putting the class caps to where they were supposed to
Sure,
be
does
after
anybody
COVID?
disagree with putting the class caps back up to board policy?
We're good.
I think when we go to 3K5 school, that's a problem, but you're gonna end up, you're at class caps for a few classes, you're gonna end up, they're gonna go over and you're gonna end up with classes of 14 and stuff, but gonna end up biting, but anyways, so.
Which is what we saw before.
So, answer, anybody? What's the story? Is everybody okay with using class caps?
Sure, you can run that way.
I have to have a vote, like an official vote? Okay.
That's how you.
Anybody, against?
Good move.
One thing done. And I heard from this side on change.
No, you can't.
I'm Jeremy.
I don't.
I started, I
Yeah.
went first, I wanted to sure the opportunity to vote for sure.
Okay,
Yeah,
Yeah,
so I,
I'll make that super
I
short.
got it, yep.
okay, go.
Yes, Jeremy voted for change.
Change.
Change, I'm
I
changed.
voted for,
I
yeah,
know
for
you're-
information for the opportunity to change.
What does that mean?
I'm not unwilling to vote. I'm not unwilling to vote.
Oh, okay,
I'm 100% willing to vote for the right
for September.
absolutely.
I will vote as long as we have all the information that we need. So,
I will vote if the data supports it. But we need the data.
Don't look at me.
Clear-
I'm just saying,
Clear,
we need that data.
concise,
Yes.
transparent data, not 50 million
Or
sheets,
you
right?
narrow down our choices, makes it easy.
And like, we need to be able to ask questions and get answers.
Yeah, I want to see it
Yes.
before I make any
Yeah.
kind of decision.
Promise you go.
And so I'm not averse to anything. I'm open to any idea. I just.
I'd like
need
to make
see
that
it.
point too. I am open to these plans. I just don't think that anything could be successfully implemented by this September. And that's why, that's the basis of my vote. I'm not opposed to any of these plans. I think they could all work, given proper planning and time.
And the data would show that one way or the other.
And when we have to do this by?
What is the question
The
on the
question
table?
is, are we implementing a change?
Okay.
Possibly. Are we
We have to have a
possibly
meeting
voting?
for them on Wednesday.
Right, because when everyone gets the information, they might say, oh, no, I'm gonna vote for the current model, or I'm gonna vote for whatever.
So we're gonna do.
But the majority of the board is
Yes.
willing to change or vote on something for September,
Thank you.
right? Is that the?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
So
It's
just,
either a change or no change.
Right.
Just to be clear, because it's 11:30 and I want to make sure I'm taking this in. We're going to give you tomorrow 3 sheets of paper. There are 3 models left.
It's a cell sheet, yeah.
Current, 2 pre-K2, 1 3, 4, 5. Outers at 2 pre-K2, Frank G is 3, 4, 5, and all K5. On that sheet of paper, you are only going to see policy size classes, right? And we're going to include the cost of staffing or savings thereof, the cost of transportation for that particular model or potentially savings, and the cost of special ed staffing or potential savings. Is that, I missed that?
And cost avoidance / opportunity cost.
well, that's
That is
not me, that's those guys.
But that's
We'll get
absolutely
you all the other
important,
stuff.
because if we move to the other models, right, what are we saving by staying in the current model versus what we would have to spend to move to another model?
Okay.
And also that,
And
you would see that in the staff, like for argument's sake, if I,
We'll use that.
if I can't replicate, yeah. Okay.
I'd also like to see the demographics
Yes,
for
I-
each
I-
school.
yeah.
Most importantly is socioeconomic.
Okay.
Honestly,
We'll even do
unless.
maps.
are there any other
Just so the dollars
demographic
make
options
sense,
that we
so
have
for you
besides
guys.
racial and socioeconomic? Is there any other, there's no other
Maybe
demographic?
get down to female and male, but I'm not really sure we want
No.
to get here.
Well, and there's also non-binary, right? And we have a number of different gender options.
Yeah, but I don't think we're gonna go that,
No.
we're not going down to that.
I mean, if we
We could. I
actually think that is.
I mean, I don't have the time to do that between now and Wednesday. However,
We have that information?
we could figure it out. I just don't know, number one, certain kids at certain ages don't have to share.
That's what I was,
So we don't want to even go there. So I don't even think that's something we should take up.
So Carmen
So-
just raised a good question, I'm sorry, Alexa.
No.
The K5 model, we're not using boundaries.
Maybe we're just gonna go back to
I
what
just-
was before, Princeton plan.
Yeah, we
No
have
boundaries.
boundaries.
I think
Yeah,
it's the only way
you
to-
can't make that decision.
Okay.
The only way to do
But
it.
then you're gonna get.
Oh.
And we're right back to square
But
one.
I want to ask, I think we need to see the size of each building, right?
It's not the
It's not the
size,
size.
we're back to square one with your demographics and SES.
Yep.
You're back to, you know, just everything that we had before.
Okay, you don't wanna hear my response.
No, I do.
No, you don't. No, you don't. I would wanna see K-5 with boundaries moved and K-5 as it was, because poor man, right? That's what we should be eating that humble pie. We should be spending the least amount of money in the financial constraints that we're in. So part of me is like, yeah, I wanna see all these improvements, right? But I'm not asking, that's just me. It's not
That's
the
actually
board.
not really an improvement, it's actually right-sizing what was wrong for 10 years. It's actually really a disservice not to redistrict if you go back to 3 K-5s.
Totally.
I will never vote for that, I'm just letting you know. I will never vote for that, that's really terrible.
What's really
If you don't
terrible?
go back, if you
I'm
don't
talking from a
redistrict.
cost comparison.
I'm just saying,
I'm not saying what's right and wrong.
I'm
I'm
not
talking
saying-
from a cost
I'm just saying that is
comparison.
terrible to do the.
I understand, but there is a community of people that thought that they were saving money. So I'm just saying from a
But this
financial
has nothing to do
perspective.
with money, this has to do with
But
redistricting.
it does for 65% of the population. So what I'm saying is when you are looking at apples to apples, they have to be apples to apples. I'm not saying that I support going back to K-5 schools and just saying, just go do what it was, but I'm saying from a financial perspective, you almost need to see that.
Can I just add one thing to that comment? Because on the last board, we heard from the people who wanted to keep community schools. I don't care about the tax rate. I don't care what it costs. I want to keep the community schools. And now we're saying, well, you know what? Cost is now more important. So I kind of feel like I don't understand where everybody's coming from.
I'm totally,
Because I think
everybody
it's-
changed.
No, I think that people are tailoring their messaging to what they want. And we as a board need to take all that information and we need to make the best decision for this community, right? By filtering out what are the facts, what is the data.
So are you
I'm saying-
insinuating that the people who used to care about money said they didn't care about money, but
I'm
now they
saying
care
I've
about
heard
money?
two separate arguments for the exact same endgame. And I don't think that that's fair, and I think it's disingenuous to the process. I think we all care about
I don't
costs, we all care about DEI, we all care about transportation, we all care about transitions. Right, and you're just making it about cost now,
I'm not
which
thinking
concerns
about
me.
cost,
That's what you just,
I have to actually say, first of all, when you guys were voting, I learned right before the vote that you guys were even voting on the Princeton plan. Why? Because COVID was going on, and I was more concerned about dying and bleaching my groceries than the Princeton plan and the elementary schools changing. So for you to say that the community didn't care, you didn't hear from the community, and I'm passionate about that because I didn't even know it was happening. And it is about cost because you made it about cost. So it is disingenuous for you, when you are on all those videos talking about cost, to say why are we not talking about cost now?
You're making
I'm
it
only
personal.
I'm
talking
not
about
making it
cost.
personal, I'm
Yes, you
saying that
are.
we're being, okay. Stephanie, we were talking about grade banding for 2 years. The fact that it was actually coming to a vote is when people started to pay attention. There were things that we did wrong as a board, and we are trying to right that ship by doing it right this time. I'm not saying you're incorrect, I'm saying we're trying to fix it now. We have to be honest with each other about why we're trying to do this. And I don't think that everybody is being honest
Are you
about,
talking about me?
no, I'm
You
not,
just told me I was being disingenuous. I'm sitting here, I spent my whole weekend doing my homework, looking over all of these papers.
this is not
Comparing
personal,
costs.
Alexis, this is not personal
But
about
you
you,
just
I'm
said
not
that
directing
people-
at you, I'm directing, I am talking about righting the ship in that we made mistakes last time, and you're asking us to make the same mistakes again. Do
So-
we really wanna do that?
No,
No.
you wanna know why? When I first moved to this district, and Erica can attest to this, I heard you were talking about the changing. And I started an online change.org petition and got my hand slapped by the PTA people for telling me that I should not have done that. And I wanted parental input. And that was way before Indian Point even closed its doors, okay? And then the 6-day schedule happened, and I was again upset that I wanted parental input in things. So You know, it was a push all along, and then COVID happened. And I'm gonna say it again, no decision should have been made under COVID. It was made about cost, and it is still about cost to me, okay? And you wanna know why it's about cost to me? And I'm gonna be really honest. It's so much about cost to me because I don't have a kid living it. Because if I had a kid living it, I don't know what I would do. So now I'm talking about what was presented to us. And I don't wanna make a mistake, and you're right. You've been talking about it for a very long time, and everybody has weighed in. But when you made that decision, please know that there were parents that didn't know what was going on. And that is why 2 of your previous board members begged you to just put a piece of paper in everybody's mailbox. And you guys shut them down.
Actually, no, I agreed with Lori on that, and I thought that it was the right thing to do. I don't disagree with you. I'm telling you, let's not make that mistake again. That's what I'm asking you. Let's not make the mistake again. Let's do that. The mailers haven't gone out. We haven't reached out to the community. We haven't done all those things. We haven't heard from the committee that was set up. We still haven't heard from them. Right? The committee that was set up to give us opinions about what they wanted to do. We don't.
Well,
we
I have
never heard from them.
I actually have that committee report.
Right.
It's right here. I read it over and I read the
Okay.
82-page
don't.
report.
I don't, and the public hasn't heard it.
And you know what? That's actually concerning to me because this report says that it was given to the board.
Well, yes, the PTAs created that. We actually got very little direction from the board or John McCarthy at the time. So the PTA took it upon ourselves because we actually reached out to the board and we were told that it's our responsibility to share what we're learning with the community. It was our responsibility as PTA leadership. So PTA leadership created that document there with the pros and the cons that went to the entire community because the board wasn't sharing it. So we took it upon ourselves to do it.
So
And
now,
it is a legitimate pros and cons list.
it is, and I'm gonna say to your point, I don't wanna make the mistake, and I think we've been very good at having the community speak. But as a parent, I would never want my kid to be an experiment for another year in this. I'm just saying that. I wouldn't want them, and as a community member, I wouldn't wanna invest in something and send more good money after bad. I'm just saying.
I think you're making an assumption that we've heard from everyone, and I don't know if we have. We've been talking about this for 4 months, we've had community forums, but those are people who have self-selected to show up at the board meeting or to write in. We haven't gone out of our way outside of that. And
Well, the old superintendent went to the senior citizens, and I remember in those parent forums, he said that they would come and vote down your budget if they knew how much their taxes were gonna go up. They were gonna save 4.5 to 5% in taxes. So you're right. Do you wanna go to the senior centers and tell them that you're gonna spend more money?
Well, I don't think we know that information yet. That's why we need the data. Because from what I'm hearing, it's very possible that moving to any of these other models from what we have right now could cost us a lot more money, right? We've been talking
You're
anywhere, right? So until we have that data, if I find out that these other 2 models, this is why I'm saying I'm open to any idea.
This model costs more money too, they all cost money. Yeah, and K-5 potentially saves money.
Well,
Just
I
Right,
agree
but
with
do
what
we
you
wanna-
want.
Do we
I'm
wanna,
not saying that, I'm
Yeah.
saying in terms of money, we're talking money. You're gonna spend money in this model, you're gonna spend money in the model, and there's potential way to save money, but again, it's not what everybody necessarily wants, right? I'm just talking money.
right, and we need those numbers to make the decision,
I agree.
right? And I can't make a decision as to whether this is the right model, because it's not only cost, right? I wanna be very clear that we're talking a lot about cost, but that is not the only part of our decision. It wasn't part of my decision, it wasn't the only part of my decision then, regardless of what I said in public. There were a lot of discussions that I had with community members, with other board members about some of the other potential benefits. And that's what put me over the fence that first time. I don't have enough data this time. I didn't have enough data last time. I trusted the administration to give us success metrics, to give us the data, and it was a mistake. It was a mistake because we never got them. We never got them. 2 years later, we got them. And what were they? They were the same metrics that we use for testing in Bismarck. Right? We need success metrics. Haven't seen them.
We need a concrete implementation plan.
Correct.
For
And can
any-
we do
for any-
that
for
in
any
3
change.
weeks? Can we do that all in 3 weeks? I'm skeptical. I'm hoping that we can get the right information, but I am skeptical.
Motion close?
Yeah, we're there.
You there?
Motion to close the meeting?